Mission Control Houston, reacquisition again through the Buckhorn station for the final time this afternoon.
Challenger Houston with you at Buckhorn for 2 minutes.
Hello, guy.
Hello. And Challenger Houston, we saw the O2 high flow alarm just before you went LOS, and recommend you close the 14.7 regs. It looks like you've already done it. And we'll update you on that prior to sleep. We'll probably sleep in a manual config.
Okay.
Challenger Houston, we're 1 minute to LOS. We'll see you at Botswana at 6 plus 5.5, and you're a go for the APU heater switches there at 6 hours in the cap.
Alrighty, we'll take care of that. Thank you, guys.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal at Buckhorn. Rather long loss of signal period here until Botswana in some 35 minutes. The crew proceeding in their onboard preparations leading to deployment later this afternoon of the first of 2 commercial satellites. The Telesat Canada ANIC satellite. Now scheduled at about 9 hours 28 minutes into the flight. We'll return at Botswana at 6 hours 19 minutes, mission elapsed time, Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, approximately 40 seconds until predicted acquisition through Botswana, South Africa voice relay station. And a brief break after LOS Botswana until Indian Ocean Station on this 6th orbit.
5th orbit, I beg your pardon.
Challenger Houston with you at Botswana for 7 minutes, and I have your pads.
Okay, guy, stand by for a second. Let us get a pencil and some paper.
Sure thing. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
And while you're getting that, Challenger, I've got a question here on the sunshield hang-up.
Go ahead.
Raj, we see nothing in the data to indicate any problems with the motors, and we're curious if did both sides of the sunshield look like they hung up together?
Affirmative, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ready to copy your pad, sir.
Okay, we do have an update to the deploy pad due to some better targets. The MET 0/09:28:29, GMT 169/21:01:29. GMT table +14677,289. Deploy attitude 161.98, 071.11, 294.15. Ready for readback.
Okay, we copy 0/diagonal 09:28:29, 169er diagonal 21:01:29er. GMT +14677,289er. And the deploy attitude 1.1.908, 071. and 294.15.
Roger, and you were cut out on the roll. Would you repeat that for us?
Yes, sir. 161.98.
Roger, good readback. I've got the sept pads for you if you're ready for it.
Ready?
Okay, it'll be ohms both. TV roll 180. Trims minus 0.1, minus 5.7, plus 5.7. Weight 226104. TIG 0/09er colon 43 colon 29er.0. Peg 7 targets plus 0009er.6. All balls minus 002.7. Burn data attitude 024 238 344. Delta V total 0010.0. TGO 0:06. Vigo X plus 0009er.59er. All balls plus 002.73. HA 165. HP plus 161. On your ohms helium regs, A, GPC, Bravo, closed. Ready for readback.
Okay, Roy, we copy. Both ohms? Excuse me, guys. Both ohms? 180. Trim load is minus 0.1, minus 5.7, plus 5.7, 226104. 09er colon 43 colon 29er.0. Peg 7 is plus 9er.6. All balls minus 2.7. Burn at 024 238 344. 10.006 plus 9er.59er. All balls plus 2.73. 165 by plus 161. And the AGPC be closed.
Roger, Rick. Readback correct.
Alrighty, thank you, guys.
Roger, we're about 40 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at IOS in about 2 minutes, and we'll have the burn targets uplinked to you along with the deploy Timbus.
Okay, see you there.
Challenger Houston with you at Indian Ocean for 7 minutes.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Sally. Challenger Houston, Timbus are on board. State vector's looking pretty good, but we'll probably tweak it up at Hawaii.
Oh, yeah, satellites this week.
Roger that. And your targets are on board also.
Okay, thank you.
Challenger Houston, we're 45 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Guam at 7 plus 29.
See you there.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Indian Ocean Station. Guam, 17 minutes away from now, the outset of orbit number 6. as the spacecraft Challenger crosses the equator, where orbit counts begin. The crew had the onboard pads read up, making slight changes to the deployment sequence for Anik. In some 2 hours from now. This is Mission Control Houston, 7 hours, 12 minutes. Mission elapsed time.
Challenger Houston with you at Guam, and I got a teleprinter message coming up to you.
Yeah, and we can hear it.
Roger, that's the manual PCS configuration that we'll have you go to pre-sleep and again in the morning.
Roger, we understand.
And Crip, it's the same one we used on the last flight.
Guy, I missed your point regarding the last one.
I said it's the same procedure as we used on Flight 6.
You mean you're talking about on Air to Grand Surf?
That's affirmative.
Oh, I finally woke up. I understand what you're saying.
Okay, I finally woke up and understood your misunderstanding.
Oh, boy.
Challenger Houston, when you have time, we'd like you to check to make sure the teleprinter message looks good.
Okay, we'll do that. I understand you got it all on board at this time?
That's affirmative.
This is Mission Control Houston. Acquisition through Hawaii at this time.
Challenger Houston with you at Hawaii for 8 minutes with 1 note.
Okay, go ahead, guy.
Roger, as I'm sure you are sure, we'd like for you to really keep a good eye on the sun shield when you open it and close it during the deploy.
Oh, yeah, you can bet on that. I had one for you.
And if you can get it on the VTR of the opening, we know you'll be busy with other things for the closing during the launch.
We will get it on for you.
Thanks, sir.
And I've got one for you, guy.
Go ahead.
Okay, your message came up partially clear, partially garbled. Starting with line 11 through 17, it was garbage. And line 28 was garbage. 29 was garbage. 33 through 36 were all garbage. So I probably better just try it again.
Roger, we'll do that. Challenger Houston, we'll be sending that message up to you again on this pass.
Okay. Okay, guy, we hear that telephone message. Why don't you this call in. Give me a holler when it's up, and I'll go take a look at it.
Will do, Grip. Challenger Houston, the message is on board.
Thank you very much.
Challenger Houston, we're 40 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Santiago at 8 plus 09.
8 plus 09. See you there.
Challenger Houston with you at Santiago for about 30 seconds, then a keyhole.
Roger that. So we're right now going through our gimbal check.
Copy. We're going to lose you here in a keyhole and pick you back up here in about a minute.
Okay, sounds good.
And Challenger Houston, we're back with you for about a minute.
Okay, lots clear. We're just going through loading up the targets, taking a look at them, comparing what the data you gave us.
Roger. Challenger, we'll see you at Botswana at 8 plus 21.
After that.
Make that 8 plus 31.
Okay, we'll see you there.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Santiago. 17 minutes until reacquisition at Botswana. Challenger crew currently beginning their pre-deploy checks and countdown for deploying the Anik satellite at an elapsed time of 9 hours, 28 minutes, 29 seconds. We'll be back at Botswana. This is Mission Control at 8 hours, 13 minutes.
Challenger Houston with you at Botswana, and I've got a note.
Go ahead.
Roger, did you get a hydraulic system 2 accumulator pressure low caution and warning while we were gone?
That's a negative.
Roger, we see it going down, and you'll probably get it caution warning soon, so we'd like for you to take hydraulic circ pump number 2 and put it on for about 1 minute and then off. And we're going to manage it with the GPC mode after we get the Anik out.
Okay, number 2 for a minute. Hydraulic circ power's coming on now.
Roger that. And did you get a chance to check the teleprinter message?
That's firm, and wanted to ask you a couple of questions about it.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, I'm not, it's not exactly clear from reading the message what it is, the big picture is, but we are going to set system 1 up so that it'll flow into system 2, such that it'll flow O2. Is that affirm?
That's affirmative.
Okay, and on MO10W, it calls out for the O2 reg inlet on system 1 to be open. What about the position for system 2? That should also be open, should it not?
That's affirmative, Grip.
Okay. And after we modify all these limits, then we're set up that if we get... You want us to go ahead and start flowing O2 through system 2. And you're assuming that we'll get a cabin atmosphere, which I guess is cabin pressure alarm, or a PPO2 alarm. Is that correct?
That's affirmative.
Okay. Okay, well then we'll switch over and flow into. Now then forget a pressure, okay. In any case, when we get up to 14.7, we want to stop.
That's affirmative. The N2 flow is only if the O2 didn't get you to 14.7.
Okay, I'm with you. And you would like us to do that sometime just prior to in pre-sleep?
That's affirmative.
We're with you.
And Crip, you can expect the flows to be in the high mode also on that.
Yeah, I understand that. Say, Guy, we do have cert pump number 2 on, and it pumped up the accumulated pressure to 2490, and that pressure's been bleeding off somewhat ever since it reached that peak of 2490. We're down to 2440 now. We're showing 200 psi input out by the cert pump.
Roger, we copy, and we're going to look at it here over iOS in a few minutes.
Okay, would you like me to turn off that cert pump now?
That's affirmative, Rick.
Okay, coming off.
And if you do get an FDA on that, Rick, we'd like you to turn it back on.
I understand. And for the payload, folks, we're sitting here at a little more than 53 minutes until deploy. We got a good checkout on SCA-2, and we have SCA-1 enabled, and we're sitting now waiting for the 40-minute mark and the checklist.
Copy. Thank you, John. Challenger Houston, we're 40 seconds to LOS. We'll see you over Indian Ocean in 2 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Challenger Houston with you at Indian Ocean for 8.5 minutes.
You're loud and clear.
Roger.
Everything's cooking along real nice up here.
Sounds good.
And you can tell for both INCO and DAO back there that Dr. Houck worked real hard, and he's got both cameras set up in the cabin, so INCO will have an opportunity to play with those a little bit.
We copy that. Thank you. Challenger Houston, we're 40 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Guam at 9+08.
9+08, see you there.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Indian Ocean Station. 20 minutes across Asia. The last half of orbit number 7. Or the outset of orbit number 7, I should say. And next station will be Guam in 20 minutes. The crew getting prepared for deployment of the Anik satellite, setting up the TV cameras on the flight deck. We should have live television at Hawaii, but not at the actual deployment, in as much as that occurs during the crossing of the equator on this orbit and out of range from Hawaii. at 8 hours 47 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, we have acquisition at Guam.
Challenger Houston with you for a short pass at Guam.
Good to hear from you. I think they're going very well.
Good to hear that. We'll see you at Hawaii at 9+17.
We'll give you a quick look at the inhibit switches now as we leave you.
Okay, we'll be here for about 40 seconds. Challenger Houston, we'd like one more cycle on circ pump 2 before mechanical sequence.
Okay.
Mission Control, Houston, loss of signal at Guam. Hawaii, upcoming in 6 minutes. Live TV schedule during that pass. And counting down close now to deployment of the Anik satellite at 9+28, some 18 minutes from now. At 9 hours 10 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. We have acquisition at Hawaii. Should be getting a television downlink momentarily.
Challenger Houston with you at Hawaii for 7.5 minutes.
Hey, Houston, good to hear from you. We just put the Anik on internal power, and she's looking real good.
Roger, copy.
Anik spin table, 50 RPM.
Challenger Houston, we'd like you to put the TV power to command, please.
Okay, it's there.
Thank you, Sally. Challenger Houston, we're seeing some nice pictures there of the PAM spinning.
Roger that. Glad to hear it. And Houston, Crip reports that the sun shield bounced just a little bit as it opened up, but it never stopped its motion during the opening.
We copy that, John. Thank you. And we're getting some good pictures of you right now. Challenger Houston, got a good picture of Norm and Sally now.
After that. Okay, Houston, things are looking good on board.
Roger, we copy, and you all look good to us, too.
Okay, you got us about another 5 minutes here to wait.
Roger, and we'll have you for about 2 more.
We got a nice view of Hawaii.
Roger, we understand. We saw some good views of the Earth through your cameras as well as yourself.
Much better from this perspective.
Challenger Houston, we're at 30 seconds to LOS. Have a good deploy and a good burn, and we'll talk to you at Santiago just after the burn.
Roger that.
Mission Control Houston, we're about 4 minutes away from deploy time for the Anik satellite. However, we're now at LOS, loss of signal at Hawaii. That will be recorded on board on the videotape recorders, but not actually dumped to the ground until orbit 16 tomorrow. The orbit precessing away from the stations in Hawaii and in the States that can take television dumps. We'll get verbal confirmation of deploy at the next station, which is Santiago, 17 minutes away from now. This is Mission Control Houston, 9 hours 25 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. Television playback underway of the pre-deploy pass over Hawaii with the Anik spin table tooling along at about 50 revolutions per minute. We're about 13 seconds away from reacquisition of Challenger through Santiago, Chile, at which time we should get a verbal report from the crew on deployment of the Anik. Separation burn is complete at this time also, as they first came into acquisition.
Challenger Houston with you at Santiago. We just caught the end of the burn there.
Roger that. Just completed. Looking good. Chatbot for visuals of about 7 tenths in X there.
Roger, copy 7 tenths in X.
Houston, we'll give you your post-burn report when you're ready.
The last was cut out, John, but we're ready for the burn report.
We're also doing a gimbal check for GNC.
Roger, we see that.
Okay, Houston, as previously advertised, we really do deliver. Anik was deployed on time with the current attitudes of 162.23, 71.33, 294.2. The rates plus decimal 004, negative decimal 001, negative decimal 003. There were no anomalies during the deploy sequence.
Roger, we copy. Sounds great.
Guess that makes the orbiter 3 for 3 on PAM deploys.
Roger that. Challenger Houston, when you get a chance, you can put all 3 circ pumps in the GPC and we'll take care of cyclone for you.
Okay, that's complete.
And Challenger Houston, we're interested in any comments on sunshield closure.
Okay, no problems. It closed smoothly. Post-deploy, we were real busy taking pictures, and we were just a little bit slow in getting the heaters turned back on, so we had an SCA halt. However, as soon as we cycled the SCA enable switch and did the item 5 on spec 211, the sun shields immediately closed.
Roger, we copy. Sounds good.
Yeah, no anomaly.
up at all when they closed. There was a little bit of a twitch maybe at roughly the same point as before, but that's all.
Copy, Sally. Thank you. Challenger Houston, I've got a switch for you on panel A15.
Okay, just a sec.
Go ahead.
Okay, the teleprinter is stuck in the high power mode, so we'd like for you to cycle the AC utility power switch off and then back on.
It's done, guy.
Okay, we'll see you at Ascension at 10 hours.
Okay, see you there.
Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Santiago. Next station, Ascension Island in 10 minutes. Challenger Commander Bob Crippen reported that the deployment of the ANIC satellite was on time with absolutely zero anomalies during the deployment. Sally Ride commented that that's 3 for 3 for PAM deploys. The sun shield, which had chattered a bit on the earlier test, apparently closed with no problems. We'll be back in 9 minutes at Ascension. This is Mission Control at 9 hours 51 minutes.
Challenger Houston with you at Ascension for 3 minutes.
Loud and clear, guy. We're maneuvering to our window protect altitude now.
Roger that.
And we're loading the orbit TSLs 103 and 161.
We see that, thank you. Challenger Houston, we're 40 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Indian Ocean at 10 plus 16.
See you there.
Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Ascension Island. Indian Ocean Station in 11 minutes. Crew in the window protection attitude with Challenger, with belly toward the ANIC satellite in preparation for its first stage ignition that propels it to an apogee of 22,000 miles. And about 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining in the crew workday before they go into their first orbital sleep period. At 10 hours 4 minutes, this is Mission Control Houston.
Sunnyvale contact. Sunnyvale contact. Roger, configuration Delta.
Mission Control Houston, acquisition through Indian Ocean Station at this time. Fairly brief pass.
Challenger Houston with you at Indian Ocean for 5 minutes with a couple of notes. Challenger Houston with you at Indian Ocean for 4 minutes with a couple of notes.
Go ahead with the notes, Guy.
Roger. First of all, we'd like an SM Spec 1 for variable parameters.
You'll get that on CRT1.
Thank you, and we'd like to check a teleprinter out again due to the problem we had earlier, and we'd like for you to check the configuration there on panel L9, and it should be like in the pre-sleep activity in the orbit ops on page 3-2.
We'll check it out.
Okay, and I can read that to you, or you can look in the book.
Well, if you got it handy, let me get back here on L9.
Okay, I got it right here.
Go ahead.
Okay, PS audio power in audio. Air to ground 1 off.
Okay, just a second. What's the problem? If they had air to ground 1 to receive.
Say again, Chris.
Okay, I saw the problem. We were misconfigured. You had air to ground 1 and air to air and receive instead of off.
Okay, that's our problem then. Thank you.
I also had one for GNC.
Okay, CRT's yours, and we're ready to copy.
Okay, at 10 hours, 4 minutes, and 33 seconds, we received the first of about 9 IMU flights on number 1. The last one we had was at 10 hours, 5 minutes, and 56 seconds. So they all occurred in a period of just a little over a minute.
Roger, we'll look into that.
Okie dokie.
Challenger Houston, we're 45 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Guam at 10+41.
I'll see you there.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal at Indian Ocean Station, Guam, 18 minutes away. Well, the earlier problem with the potential overheating of the teleprinter was solved by checking the switch configuration on the audio panel aboard the spacecraft. At the last transmission of a teleprinter message, the teleprinter stuck in the high current flow, high power mode. Normally after a minute and a half following the end of the message, the thing goes back to low power, but it happened to hang up. And it turns out that the air ground 2 switch on board had been left in the wrong position instead of off. So a test of the teleprinter that had been planned for prior to sleep has been canceled. Apparently the upper stage has done its thing as far as we know now. We'll be back in 17 minutes at Guam. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control, Houston. We have a report from the Guam tracking station that the perigee kick motor apparently fired on time and did the right thing, because acquisition of the Anik spacecraft at Guam was on the predicted time for that particular first stage burn. Challenger should be coming up over Guam in about 5 more minutes. This is Mission Control at 10 hours 36 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. We have acquisition through Guam of Challenger.
Challenger, Houston with you at Guam for about 4 minutes with several notes.
Okay, go ahead. Do we need to write anything down?
Rod, you might want to take a couple of notes here as some pre-sleep configuration items.
Okay, just a sec. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, be no water dump tonight.
Roger that.
Okay, and pre-sleep, we'd like you to take hydraulic circ pump number 2 to on to avoid any alarms tonight in case the leak rate increases. However, right now it looks like the decay rate has decreased a little bit. Leave the other 2, that is pumps 1 and 3, in the GPC mode, and we'll probably go back to GPC tomorrow morning.
Okay, you plan on running it all night long, huh?
That's affirmative. We'll run circ pump number 2 all night long, and the change affected by that is we would like to go to single GNC ops for tonight, like we will for the rest of the nights.
Okay.
And Crip, clarification on that leak rate. We did see it suddenly increase the leak rate there for a short period of time, and then it stabilized out again, and so we just want to leave it on so you don't get any alarms during sleep.
Okay, Guy, we understand.
Okay, and then a reminder to pin the temperature controller to full heat tonight.
Dan will do that.
And on the manual cabin atmosphere configuration for tonight, we'd also like for you to insert the O2 bleed orifice as you're going to do in the 10.2 cabin configuration.
Okay, you just want me to put it in and not do anything with it?
Well, we'd like you to insert it in the panel MO32 mic and then turn the LEH O2 number 5 to open. And I've got the where that is stowed if you'd like that information.
That saved me from going look it up.
Roger, it's in MF28 Oscar.
Okay, and you want it installed at the position for LEH number 5?
That's affirmative.
Okay, we'll get that. Got any other goodies for us?
Well, the Anik folks would like to thank you for a beautiful launch, and we did have a good PKM burn, and looks like it's on its way.
Okay, that's good news.
Say again, Challenger.
Guy, this is Norm.
Go ahead, Norm.
Hey, I need a consult from Dr. Bill. Basically, I was trying to devote potentials, and I noticed using both clickers and two different set of electrode leads that it seems to work on positions 2 and 4, but not 1 and 3. So if he's got a quick diagnosis, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we copy that, and we'll work on it. We've got about 1 minute to LOS here. We'll see you down at San Diego at 11 plus 19.
11 plus 19.
Roger, and we'll try to have our tag-up brief for you there.
Okay, and shortly after that, we'll probably try to get you out.
Understand.
And Guy, if you could ask the Anik people to save some of their champagne for us till we get back, we'd appreciate that.
Roger, we'll try to save you some now.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Guam. Next station, Santiago, in 31 minutes. Capcom reported to the crew that the perigee kick motor on the PAM upper stage for Anik successfully did its burn. Congratulated the crew on a good job on deployment. Some hour and 56 minutes remaining in the crew workday before they go to sleep. We'll return at Ascension. Beg your pardon, Santiago, in 31 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Challenger Houston with you at Santiago.
Okay, loud and clear. We're en route to IMU line attitude.
Roger, copy, and I've got a tag-up message whenever you want to listen to it.
Okay, let's tag.
Okay, under accomplishments, a beautiful launch and a super deploy. Those adjectives compliments of the flight director. And the Anik, as I told you last pass, is on its way with a good PKM burn. The MLR and OSTA 2 configuration looks very good. And I got a special note from the Public Affairs Office. They appreciate the outstanding TV during the Anik pre-deploy. Had good pictures of the payload and the Earth going by and all the crew members. Of course, all we saw of Rick was his left shoulder there.
That's his best part.
And got a list of some of the more significant anomalies during the mission. The circ pump accumulator pressure, we talked about the leak rate in that, and we'll be running the circ pump all night tonight as a result of that. We suspect a priority valve leak in the system. We'll look at the data all through the night to check that out for sure.
Okay.
In the PCS flow instability, we'll run that on manual tonight, installing the O2 bleed orifice, and we'll probably continue the manual setup for the rest of the mission.
Okay.
We're still working on the IMU-1 bite temps. However, everything looks good to us right now. And the other one I have is the OHM's crossfeed A heater thermostat. Looks like it either shifted low or has failed. And we'll probably test that out tomorrow or at some later time anyway.
Okay. What about the APU tank fuel line heater Bravo?
Stand by.
Yeah, that's the one that dropped down to about 41 degrees, and I secured that heater and turned on the heater alpha.
Okay, stand by. We're chatting about it. Okay, that's probably a problem with the heater or the thermistor possibly, and we like the configuration you've got us in right now.
Okay, guys. Understand.
And some other changes to the cap, most of which you're probably aware of, and we'll include any details in the teleprinter. We'll be returning to two GNC GPCs tomorrow morning for the deploy.
Right.
We'll be doing some INCO tests of pointing the KU band antenna tomorrow afternoon after deploy.
Sounds good.
And prior to the Palapa deploy, we've got to go to open the Annex Sun Shield to view the spin rate on it, and we'll probably do that about an hour and a half prior to deploy.
Okay.
And that completes my tag up. I do have a question for you from the PCS folks. When we had the high O2 flow, they wondered if you recognized any activity around MO10W that may have jarred the panel or bumped it, and if you noticed any other unusual noises such as buzzing or vibrations other than the high airflow.
No, in fact, the last O2 flow, I happened to be down at the head at the time, although I didn't jar the panel, and it just all of a sudden started flowing O2.
Roger, we copy that. Thank you.
Now, we did, right after that, I believe, get a DPDT, which was associated with using the waste management system, but and it was only a momentary thing.
Copy. Challenger Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. I'll see you at Ascension at 11 plus 33.
Okay, fine and dandy.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal at Santiago. Ascension Island in 7 minutes. Congratulations passed up to the crew by spacecraft communicator Guy Gardner on deployment of the Annex satellite. Some changes in the flight plan for tomorrow, which includes opening the Annex Sun Shield so that the spin-up rate of the Palapa satellite tomorrow can be observed. That Sun Shield will be open at about an hour and a half before deployment. Returning in 7 minutes at Ascension Island. This is Mission Control at 11:26. Mission Control Houston, we have Ascension acquisition at this time.
Challenger Houston with you at Ascension for 7.5.
Okay, we got a ASC thermal check going on at this time, and also for DPS, I'm getting ready to go single G2, and I have the IMU align results for GNC.
Roger, go ahead. We're ready to copy.
Okay, the stars were 20 and 51 as requested. Angle error was 0.01. And the IMU angles were as follows. For IMU 1 plus 0.06 plus 0.09 minus 0.30. For 2 minus 0.05 plus 0.05 minus 0.25. For number 3 plus 0.08 minus 0.07 minus 0.17. Working time was 0 days, 11 hours, 31 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Thank you. We copy that.
And Houston Challenger, I got a couple of times for you. You might like a copy?
Roger, go ahead.
Okay, the PAM ASE thermal test on the undeployed Palapa at 11:34, and the ASE thermal on the attic cradle at 11:35:40.
Copy. Thank you, John.
And we're standing by for DPS's go to clear the software failbox.
You have a go on that, Challenger.
Thank you, sir.
Challenger Houston with a note on the ASE thermal test.
Go ahead.
Raj, you did the Palapa on SCA number 2, and we don't get the spin motor or distribution box temps on that SCA, so we'd like you to redo that on SCA 1, if you would.
Sure, we'll go ahead and swap modes to it.
Thank you.
Houston Challenger, got a question for Ecom.
Roger, go ahead.
Okay, we never did get the numbers for our little cue card following the fuel cell purge this morning. I've got another one in progress right now, but if he had the Delta votes for me, that would make it a lot simpler.
Okay. Okay, we've got 25 seconds left, and I just got the numbers. They're 0.9, 0.8, and 0.8.
Okay, I understand. 0.9 on 1, 0.8 on 2, 0.8 on 3.
Roger, that's correct. And we'll see you at Guam at 12 plus 16.
See you at Guam.
Mission Control Houston, LOS at Ascension. The Palapa Airborne Support Equipment thermal tests that had been done by the crew have to be redone, in as much as they were on the wrong SCA on board, which is a sequencer, because in the one they were using, the spin motor temperatures are not transmitted down. So apparently that will be underway in the period remaining prior to the beginning of sleep an hour from now. IMU alignment complete, and all of the angles and numbers read down. Very little left in the flight plan prior to the 8 hours of sleep period scheduled. We're some 32 minutes away from reacquisition at Guam, nearing the start of orbit number 9. This is Mission Control at 11 hours 44 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston, 20 seconds away from acquisition for the final pass of the evening at Guam. The crew preparing for their 8-hour sleep period. We have acquisition at this time.
Challenger Houston with you at Guam for 7.5. Challenger Houston with you at Guam for 7.5 minutes, and you got a teleprinter coming.
Houston Challenger, you're loud and clear and understand the teleprinter message coming. How do you read?
Loud and clear now, Crip. Didn't hear anything before. The teleprinter's for Norm to help him work around the medical test equipment problems he was having.
Okay, and we're working off of our speaker boxes right now and reading you
Roger, you're loud and clear too.
And for ECOM, we have his procedure in work to pump up the cabin here.
Roger, we see that. And just Inco would like to add a reminder, or ECOM rather, for changing out the CO2 canisters. And Challenger, I've got a couple other notes here for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, we tracked down the IMU bite problem you had due to some transients in the resolver limit. And resolver limit fails, the 1X and 8X resolvers were exceeding a threshold. However, that seems to be working fine now.
Okay, fine.
And we've got a state vector coming, and it'll be good till next PLS.
Mike on the state vector.
And the state vector is on board as of now, and it looks good.
Okie doke. And Houston, Challenger, how do you read from the mid-deck?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thanks, guys.
And Challenger Houston, the teleprinter message is on board, and I've got another note here for Norm.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm holding in my hand here a newspaper called the Center Times, put out by the University of Texas Health Science Center at Dallas, your old alma mater. And here on the back page, they got a note that says, "Please help us find our lost alumni." And underneath there's a young Norman Thagard, MD.
Okay. He's got his mouth full of food right now.
We can't find him either, guy.
Roger, we understand that. And Challenger Houston, that may help us figure out the difference between the hams and the turkeys.
We're still trying to sort out the difference. This is Norm at Del UT Health Science Center, Dallas, Southwest Medical School, and I'm somewhere along the state.
Roger that. Challenger Houston, we've got 3 minutes left here at Guam, and if you look overhead there a few thousand miles, you see the Anik on its way to a good orbit.
That's great, guy.
Challenger Houston, we're at 30 seconds to LOS. Reminder, we'll be going to no voice record when we go LOS. And the Granite team would like to thank you for a great day, and the Indigo team will be watching over you tonight.
The Indigo team, they finally got a name for that team, huh?
Roger that.
Okay, we appreciate that. Enjoyed yourselves.
Okay, have a good sleep. We'll see you tomorrow.
Guy, you think it was a great day for you? You should have been up here.
I wish.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Guam. Final pass of the evening in which air-to-ground will be exchanged between Mission Control and the crew aboard Challenger. Nearing the midpoint of the 9th orbit in space. Successful deployment today of the first of 2 commercial satellites. Second one scheduled for deployment tomorrow. Next station in 29 minutes, Santiago. But unless the crew speaks up, there will not likely be any air-ground at 12 hours, 25 minutes into the 7th flight of the shuttle system. This is Mission Control, Houston.
This is Shuttle Mission Control at 13 hours, 12 minutes into the flight. Crew's been about 25 minutes into its sleep period. Challenger on its 10th orbit of the Earth. We're presently processing data through the Ascension Station, and systems continue to look good on board the vehicle. The change of shift briefing with off-going Flight Director John Cox is expected to occur on time at 8 p.m. Central Time in Building 2, Room 135 at Johnson Space Center. This is Mission Control, Houston.
A very relaxed rate. We pump it back up. This is a known type of phenomena that can happen with those loops, that valve itself that does the bypassing is just allowing a leak to occur past it. So you're letting some high pressure fluid in the loop leak back over into the low pressure side of the loop. So it's just an internal, we suspect it's just an internal loop leak.
No danger to the crew.
No, no danger to the crew.
Back over here.
David Dow, CBS News. Late in your shift, Thagard asked for a consultation with Dr. Bill. Can you tell us, realizing the ground rules, can you tell us whether that pertained to his own personal research up there, or did that pertain to the crew's health?
It had to do with some electrodes that weren't working right on one of Bill's.
This is Mission Control, Houston at 14 hours, 10 minutes into STS-7. Challenger on its 10th orbit of the Earth, now overflying the South Pacific, just having completed a pass over Guam. Conditions on board the vehicle continue to be nominal. Crew's apparently spending a restful night, and they're about an hour and a half into their sleep period at this point. This is Mission Control, Houston. Shuttle Mission Control at 15 hours, 7 minutes. Challenger's just about over the Suez Canal right now. And about 5.5 hours remaining in the crew's sleep period. Their sleep is apparently uninterrupted, not having been disturbed by any caution and warning alarms, and systems continue to perform nominally on the vehicle. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control, Houston at 16 hours, 12 minutes into the flight. Challenger on orbit number 12, now just over South America, and all continues to be quiet on board the vehicle. This is Shuttle Mission Control. This is Shuttle Mission Control at 17 hours 15 minutes. Challenger just passing across the east coast of Australia and toward the Pacific Ocean on orbit number 12. It's a fairly long loss of signal period. We will reacquire again in about 45 minutes through the ground station at Dakar. And we've been out of touch with Challenger for about a little over 30 minutes, so it's practically a full rev between AOSs and this pass. Everything continues to be quiet on board the vehicle. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control Houston at 18 hours, 18 minutes into the flight. Challenger's just had a pass over the ground station at Dakar, and the flight control team got a chance to look at that data. It'll be another 20 minutes before we have a very brief pass over Arroyo. Vehicle's on orbit 13, 2 hours and 10 minutes remain in the sleep period. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston at 19 hours 5 minutes. Challenger on orbit 14, currently over the South Pacific. Everything continues quiet on the vehicle, and downlink data continues to affirm to the mission control team that systems are performing nominally on board Challenger. This is Shuttle Mission Control. This is Shuttle Mission Control at 19 hours, 42 minutes. Challenger in its 14th orbit, just over North Africa, and just having completed a pass over the ground station at Dakar, where the flight control team got a look at data from the vehicle and gained reassurance that the systems on board continue to perform nominally. We'll take data again in about 39 minutes over the ground station at Arroyo. Our intention at this point is to cancel the upcoming change of shift briefing with outgoing flight director Larry Bourgeois in the absence of any significant activity overnight. If any news media have take exception to that proposal, we request that you notify the Johnson Space Center newsroom, but at this juncture it looks to be conventional wisdom to cancel that press conference. This is Shuttle Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston at 20 hours into the flight. We're now processing data through the Indian Ocean Station, and the ECOM has reported that its downlink data indicates that the food warmer has been activated by the crew. So, while there are still about 30 minutes left in the sleep period, it's obvious that at least someone's awake on board Challenger at this point. The mission control team does not plan to initiate a wake-up call. However, until the pass over the Merritt Island station in about 55 minutes from now. Mission elapsed time 20 hours 2 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Shuttle Mission Control at 20 hours, 56 minutes, just moments away from acquisition of signal through the Merritt Island station, and we can expect that wake-up call here shortly.
Good morning, guys. I don't know what you started out with, but what you ended up with sounded nice.
Yeah, you should have recognized the first one as the Aggie fight song.
Is that what that was?
We hope.
You better give my regards to the center director.
So we'll do that.
How's everything down there this morning?
Everything's fine down here, Crip. How's it up there?
Same on board. Of course, you know, John, there's some of us up here that didn't recognize either one of those things.
That's true, and we won't tell you what Crip was doing during the beginning.
I don't think we want to hear.
Well, everybody got a good night's sleep, and I think we're ready to go to work. We read all that paper that was set up, which was certainly a reasonable amount. Didn't look like too many exciting things there, other than just the normal daily space work.
Yes, sir, that's what we had intended. I do have some hydraulic circ pump stuff here for you. We'd like to Timbu circ pump number 2. And before we can do that, we need to get hydraulic circ pumps 1 and 3 in the off position.
Okay, that should work. Okay, 1 and 3 are off to run.
And I'll let you know when the Timbu's on board.
Must have got you guys up kind of early this morning.
I think we got up about the same time you did, Grip.
More than likely.
And Crip, would you check your air-to-air and TR? We're not getting any UHF on you.
Yeah, I've got it off right now. Turned on. Okay, I'm coming at you now on uniform.
Sounds good.
Got some big bumpers we're flying over right now. I like this altitude much better.
I think we got some rain showers at the Cape this morning.
What are we over right now?
Here over looks like right over top of Cuba.
Okay, well, they're getting a little rain too.
Okay, Challenger, we're ready to reconfigure those circ pumps. The first thing I'd like for you to do is to turn circ pump 2 to the off position, then back to GPC.
Okay, that's done.
Okay, now put number 3 to GPC and we'll be finished.
Okay, you got 2 and 3 in GPC and number 1's off.
That's affirmed.
All right. Here come the sun.
And we'll be with you for about 5 more minutes through Bermuda.
Roger that. Hey, John, just for information, yesterday when we looked out halfway through the workday and looked at the ailerons, both outboards looked like full deflection up, and both inboards were down. I can't say they were full deflection, but fairly far down. Now, this morning, on the starboard side, both ailerons are up, and on the port side, the outboard is up and the inboard is down.
Okay, we copy that.
Now, I don't know what you would do with that information, but there it is.
Give us something to think about. We got about a minute left here, Bermuda. We'll see you at Dakar at 2113.
All right.
Shuttle mission control, mission elapsed time 21 hours 10 minutes. We've had loss of signal. The wake-up call, the University of Texas fight song, of course, tribute to the mission commander Bob Crippen, who's a UT graduate. It was preceded by the Texas A&M Texas Aggie fight song, which was a greeting card to Cripp from Jerry Griffin, the center director at JSC, who's a Texas A&M graduate. The Timbu's referred to by the Capcom are table maintenance buffer updates, which reset limits on the APU circ pumps to keep the fluctuation from tripping caution and warning alarms. We'll reacquire signal in just over 2 minutes through Dakar at 21 hours 11 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
We're back with you at Dakar for about 6.5 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear. We're just getting ready to have IT. My compliments to Rita. She does good work.
Okay, if she's not listening, we'll pass it to her.
Rita's smart enough not to get up this early in the morning.
I think you're probably right. We got about a minute left here at Dakar. We'll see you at Indian Ocean at 2132.
Okay, John, see you there.
It's Shuttle Mission Control at 21 hours, 21 minutes. Loss of signal through Dakar. The remark by Mission Commander Bob Crippen, sending compliments to Rita, referred to Rita Rapp, the nutritionist, who's instrumental in selecting and preparing the food on board Space Shuttle flights, and that reference made to the breakfast meal that the crew is eating presently. We require signal again in about 10 minutes through Indian Ocean Station. This is Mission Control, Houston. Shuttle Mission Control, mission lapse time 21 hours 31 minutes. Indian Ocean Station coming up now for about 9 minutes.
Challenger, Houston, back with you at Indian Ocean for about 8.5 minutes.
Okay, well, we're still finishing up breakfast and shooting pictures as we come across Africa and going to see if we can pick up the Seychelles.
We copy?
The rate we're shooting film here, I'm not sure we can we may have to have a resupply. Can you run up another bunch of 70 millimeter?
See what we can do about it. Bill Lenore just told me he'd bring them up to you.
He'd volunteer. Bill will do that anytime. He really sacrifices. Tell Bill I appreciate the info about the little pop as the PAM comes out. It was just as he described it.
We copy? We got a minute to go here. We'll see you at Yargadee at 2148.
See you there.
See you, Dad.
Challenger, Houston, back with you at Yargadee for a little over 8 minutes.
Hey, we're with you.
Challenger, Houston.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're wondering if Norm is around and if he got the surgeon's message and if we can be of any further assistance, or if he has any words for the surgeon.
We'll see if Norm's on comm. Just a second.
Hey, I'm listening.
Yeah, Norm, Dr. Thornton wondered if you had any questions about his message or if we can be of any further assistance.
I haven't had a chance to try his suggestions, and I wonder if I have a configuration problem. If he could, he might pass up to me exactly which electrodes I use with his little evoke potential preamp again.
Okay, we'll check.
What I may have is a little electrode table problem.
We understand, and we'll get back to you.
And John, if you got time to copy, we've got some ASE thermal test times for you.
Yeah, we got a little over 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, ASE thermal on Palapa 21:48:50, and on the Anik 21:50:25.
We copy?
And John, you might pass on to Steve that we tried to get some tourist pictures of the Seychelles, but I think we missed him. He may have to go back.
I'm sure you wouldn't mind. We're going to go through a short LOS. We'll see you at Auroral at 21:57.
Okay, and we're en route to our IMU line attitude.
We copy? And we're back with it, Auroral, for about 3 minutes.
Alrighty, John, we're just seeing a spectacular sunset here. Really pretty.
And as usual, we're all envious.
Roger.
Got about a minute left here, and we're looking forward to some great Anik deploy video playback at Mila. And Inco is wondering if you have any audio on that tape.
There's very little audio on it. There are some comments that identify it.
We copy.
Yes, the plan should be not to use the audio that was recorded, John.
Okay, we copy. We'll see you up there at 22:33.
Mission Control Houston, 22 hours, 2 minutes, 30 seconds mission elapsed time. Challenger has passed out of range of the tracking station at Auroral, passing out over the southern Pacific, and will be out of contact with the crew for about half an hour. This is Mission Control. Mission Control Houston, 22 hours, 30 minutes mission elapsed time. We'll be receiving some playback, VTR playback of the Anik satellite deploy very shortly as the Challenger passes within range of the Mila tracking station in the eastern U.S. Crew is finishing up their post-sleep activities now according to the revised timeline. Mission Specialist Sally Wright setting up the television playback equipment for this downlink coming up shortly. And then we will be getting into the day's activities in very little time, which primarily we will be concerned with the deployment of the Indonesian satellite, the Palapa. And that will be
taking in place in about 4 hours altogether, or about 3.5 hours from now. Things going very smoothly, both on board the spacecraft and in the control center here. Very few anomalies during the flight to cause any attention or to give any additional work to the planning teams or the other flight control teams here in mission control. We'll be reacquiring communication with the spacecraft in about 1.5 minutes. At 22 hours, 31 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston, back with you, Mila and Bermuda for about 12 minutes.
Good morning. And Houston, Challenger, you guys set up for some TV this morning?
We'd like to hold up for a couple seconds. I'll get back to you.
Okay, well, you just tell us when you're ready.
We'll do that.
It just became morning here.
And Crip, while we're waiting, we'd like to fill tanks C and D on the water. So would you on tank Bravo close the supply H2O inlet?
Coming up. Rick's got that, and I've also got the results of the IMU line.
Okay, go ahead and start the TV, and we'll copy those while we're looking.
Okay, we'll start it off with a picture of half flight deck here this morning, and stars were 20 and 51 with an angle error of 0.01, and for IMU1 minus 0.02, minus 0.01, plus 0.05 for number 2, minus 0.03, minus 0.03, minus 0.02 for number 3, minus 0.03, minus 0.06, minus 0.08, and the torching time was at 0 days, 22 hours, 7 minutes, and 45 seconds, over.
We copy that, and we're getting TV.
Hey, Sally's going to show you this morning the visual results of the PAM deploy yesterday on the Anik satellite, and she's going to control it here from the aft station. So if you folks are ready to look and record, she's ready to send it down to you, and we'll chat at you while we're doing it.
What we're doing right now, Rick is rewinding the VTR and setting it up for the beginning of the sequence. And as soon as we get it, what we'll be showing you is what you ought to be seeing pretty soon is the start of mechanical sequence, and you can see the fin shield opening up on the Anik. You saw a little bit of the jump there that we saw yesterday.
We saw that.
And you can see it opens up fully here with no real problems, and the thing that would happen next in this sequence would be the removal of the restraints, and we're going to jump ahead just a little bit here on you and show you the tail end of that in the spin-up.
Okay.
And we'll give you a flight deck picture while Rick is fast forwarding to that. And right now the restraints are just coming out and it's about to spin up. And there it goes.
Of course, we spin it up to 50 RPM. Yesterday we saw 51.0 RPM at the top of the cycle.
Looks good.
It's taking about 30 amps on each of the motors, and then when we got stabilized out, it was taking 6 to 8 amps. Looked real good.
Okay, and we decided that once you've seen it spin up, you've seen it spin up, and now we're going to cut ahead to just before deploy and show you the last few seconds of terminal sequence and show it actually going out of the bay.
Okay.
then getting the various ordnance and safe and arm devices ready to go just prior to the time that the GPC releases the attic.
Okay, and we've got it on now. You ought to be seeing a picture of it spinning up in the bay from camera Alpha.
Looks great. There she goes.
That's a shift over to the Delta camera, and you can see the KU band antenna there very briefly. Right about now, as I was watching this thing go out, John was yelling at me, throw the last switch, throw the last switch.
We've got the switches, no problem. All of us agree this is by far the best simulation of a PAM deploy that we've yet seen.
Yeah, that's the best one we've seen in a while.
The visuals are a lot better, and we appreciate you keeping SimSoup behind this curtain where they couldn't put in any malfunctions.
And we also have some pictures, I think, from the D camera looking down at the Earth, if you'd like to see some of that from our present position. I'm sorry, we're going to show you the A camera.
Yeah, we'll take anything you want to send us. We've got about another minute here at Mila.
Okay, you ought to be seeing the A camera now, and I've put the TV control switch back in command, so if Inco wants to switch between camera A and camera D and the VTR, he's welcome to do so.
We copy? And we appreciate the TV. Looks like we're going to lose it here shortly. Just too short.
Okay, glad you liked it. We think we're going to get you some equally good pictures in a couple hours.
We certainly hope so. And we've lost TV. We're switching over to Bermuda for about another 4 minutes.
Okay, John.
In a little less than a minute here, we'll see a Dakar at 2248.
Okay, John.
Mission Control Houston, 22 hours, 45 minutes mission elapsed time, passing out of range of the tracking station at Bermuda. The Challenger will be out of communication with the ground for about 3 minutes and will reacquire over Dakar. Spacecraft on orbit number 16 this morning and is in daylight. They passed into daylight right over the central United States as they were preparing to give us the playback that we saw just a moment ago of yesterday's activities on deployment of the Canadian satellite. Mission specialist Sally Ride, who you saw there on the TV camera, operating the videotape recorder and then selecting the playback sequence for that event.
We're back with the Dakar for about 8 minutes.
Alrighty, Sally is downstairs getting ready to do some of her exercise, I believe, and Norm's setting up to take some 16mm then.
We copy? Challenger, Houston, we suspect there might be a cryo leak in ox tank number 3. Looks like right now at about 4 pounds per hour. We'd like for you to get all the ox heaters 1, 2, and 3 tanks to the auto position. The pressure's dropping a little bit on O2 3.
Okay, and that's in the ox only, correct?
That's firm.
Okay, all 1, 2, and 3 tank heaters A and B are in auto.
We got about a minute to go here. We'll see you at IOS at 2309.
Roger that.
Mission Control Houston, 22 hours, 57 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger's passing out of range of the station at Dakar. We'll have about an 11-minute gap before we reacquire over the Indian Ocean station. The mission control flight controllers here are watching a approximately 4 pound per hour leak rate in oxygen cryo tank number 3. They have informed the crew to go to the automatic mode on the heaters for all of those tanks. There are 3 cryogenic oxygen tanks that supply the liquid oxygen, which is used primarily for the fuel cells for the generation of electricity, and we'll be looking at that. They're trying to assess whether or not there is an impact from that, and we'll be using the oxygen in that tank before using it in the other 2 tanks. Pressure in that tank is something over 700 pounds now, and they will be looking at that, and as we get some further information on it, we'll keep you advised. During that last pass, crew indicated that they were proceeding on into their day's activities a little bit ahead of the timeline. Mission specialist ride beginning some exercise activity. Some of the others working some vehicle configuration activities, setting up, John Fabian setting up television cameras shortly for the deployment of the Palapa satellite, and that activity will be getting underway in a little over an hour. As far as the preparations for that deployment, the entire crew will be reviewing deployment procedures in about an hour to an hour and a half, and then they will get into that sequence. At 23 hours mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, we're standing by for acquisition through Indian Ocean Station.
And Challenger, we're back with you at Indy for about 4.5 minutes. Copy. And Crip, we want to watch the pressure decay in tank 3 again and do some troubleshooting. So would you turn tank 3 O2 heaters to the off position, and we'll advise you over Hawaii what to do with them.
Okay, I'm sorry, you broke up on my end here for make sure. O2 tank 3 heaters to off, OFS?
That's tank 3 O2 heaters to the off position.
Okay. Tank 3, O2 heaters coming to off, OFS.
Thank you, sir, and we'll keep you advised. And Crip, we may have an early LOS here at IOS due to some masking, so we might be cut a minute short. We're going to lose you here shortly. We'll see you down at Yargadi at 2324.
2324.
Mission Control Houston, mission elapsed time 23 hours 15 minutes. Challenger has passed out of the range of the Indian Ocean Station. Will reacquire in about 8 minutes over Yargady, Australia. The crew was asked to return those or put the heaters for the cryogenic oxygen tank number 3 to the off position. The ECOM flight controller here would like to watch those, to watch the decay rate on the pressure in that tank to become more confident, or at least verify that there is a leak there rather than some other phenomenon that would be giving him the appearance of a leak. So they will be watching that until the spacecraft gets back around to the Hawaii station again. And they will talk with the crew about it at that time. We're about 7 minutes from picking up over Yargady. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger, we're back with you, Yargady, for 8 minutes.
I'm clear through Yargady, and we're going through our heater reconfig.
We copy.
Houston Challenger, let me ask you a question. I'm looking at page 6-6 of the heater reconfig in the orbit ops checklist.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Crip.
Okay, I was getting a little static on my line there. I'm back here at 8:14, and excuse me, at 8:12, and I noticed that in my APU tank fuel line water systems, they were all configured for B, with the exception of number 2, which is an A, due to the little problem we had earlier. However, on this switchover, it would imply that it wants me to go to B, which is not the one we've been using. I'm assuming that you do want me to switch over to A.
We'd like for you to do the heater reconfig, but leave system 2 in auto, and that's per the message that came up this morning.
Yeah, John, I guess you still haven't understood me. I'm going to reconfigure it the way I think it should be, and if it's wrong, somebody will tell me.
Okay, go ahead. We'll check it for you in Hawaii.
Okay.
And you're approaching the sunset over Perth right now.
So we see. Nice city.
Got about a minute left here. We'll see you up at Hawaii at 2352.
Mission Control, Houston. Challenger has passed out of range of the tracking station at Yargady. And they've just passed into their night phase of their orbit. The assessment in Mission Control of a 4 pound per hour oxygen cryogenic leak in oxygen tank number 3, if it indeed does turn out to be a leak, which is not absolutely certain at this time, is that there would be a mission capability of 192 hours, which is well beyond the nominal end of mission of around 144 hours, and even takes the mission beyond a 2-day mission extension, if that were, which is a built-in contingency for weather and other factors. So there is no real concern, even if that does turn out, is confirmed to be a leak at 4 pounds per hour. Oxygen, cryogenic oxygen used for the fuel cells, and the cabin air, of course, is not the limiting factor. There is considerable pad in the oxygen supply. It's not entirely true always with the hydrogen supply. It is the hydrogen is the one that is the limiting factor, and so there, it appears that the oxygen leak, if indeed that is the case, is not going to be a particular concern. We have about an 18-minute loss of signal as the Challenger passes up over the southern Pacific, and we'll be reacquiring for a short pass at Hawaii in about 18 minutes. 23 hours, 35 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. 23 hours, 51 minutes mission elapsed time, standing by for acquisition through Hawaii.
Challenger, we're back with you at Hawaii for about 3.5 minutes. And Crip, we're coming at you with them. Timboos and targets and a state vector.
Okay, you gonna send those up at this pass?
That's affirmative here at Hawaii. And I got your pads for you, and we'll probably give those to you over stateside, be better.
Okay, sounds good. We'll be ready to copy that. Was wondering, I was playing with camera Charlie here just to see a little bit of what I can pick up in the night with that low light level camera capability. It's pretty fantastic.
Sounds good.
And John, you might pass on to Bill Thornton that his treadmill works good.
We'll pass that. He's listening.
Tell her that I put in lots of miles, but not a whole lot of time.
In other words, you ran fast.
Well, I was moving fast.
We copy. Got a minute here to LOS. We'll see you at Buckhorn on the hour.
Okay, and we'll be ready to copy some pads there.
Okay.
Hey, John, this is Norm.
Go ahead. We got about 20 seconds.
Hey, I ran off some EOGs on myself and just would like to get some feedback later on to see if you got those down on the ground or not.
Okay, I'll check.
Started those about maybe 15, 20 minutes ago.
Copy.
All right, Chris.
Challenger, we're back with you over the mainland, and congratulations on your first full day.
How about that? We made it over in March.
And I have the pads anytime you're ready.
Let me get a free hand. Hey, John, we're ready to copy your pad, sir.
Okay, let's start with the Palapa deploy pad, and you'll be happy to know this will strengthen your confidence in the system. It's 1 second off of that in the cap. It's 001, 02, 03, 09er. Second line, 170, 133609er. Third line, plus 1473696er. Deploy attitude 143.906 050.52 29er 8.31. Over.
the attitudes again, if you don't mind. That's one, bro.
Okay, here they come. Attitudes 143.906, 050.52, 298.31. Over.
Okay, and for the readback, I've got 001020309er 170133609er plus 14736 969er. For the attitudes, 143.906, 050.902, and 298.31.
Okay, one slight correction in deploy attitude. The pitch should be 050.52. Over.
Okay, thank you much. 52. We're ready for the SEP pad.
Okay, SEP pad follows. We'd like for the CDR to check his air to ground 2 and receive before I give you that, if you would.
That's down on the mid-deck right now. I'm operating off of MS. We'll get it a little bit later.
Okay, here comes your SEP pad. It'll be a both ohms burn. TV roll 180. Trims plus 0.1, minus 5.7, plus 5.7, 218.063. Tick time 1/02:18:10.0. Peg 7 targets plus 0.6. All balls negative 0.2.7. Attitude 024, 234, and 345. Delta V total will be 10 feet per second. That's 10.0. TGO is :06. That's 6 seconds. V goes plus 0.60. All balls plus 0.70. That'll give you an HA of 171 and an HP of 161. Under the ohms, regs, check closed on the A's, alphas, and GPC on the bravos. Over.
Hey, John, for confirmation, we've got both ohms, 180, plus 0.1, minus 5.7, plus 5.7, 218.063, 2:18:10.0. We've got plus 9.6, all balls minus 2.7. And for the burn attitude, we've got 024, 234, 345, 10.0, 6 seconds, plus 9.6, all balls minus 2.7, 171 by 161, and close GPC.
Okay, John, you were cut out on your TIG. I'd like you to read that back to me. And over the VGO in Z, it should be a plus 2.7.
Okay, for the TIG, I've got 102.18.10.0, and I copy the plus 2.70.
That's affirmed. That's in the VGO and the Z. The PEG 7 target is a negative 2.7.
You copy the negative 2.7 on the PEG.
Okay, readback's correct.
Too much. Man for a man without his glasses.
Roger that.
it's okay with you guys, we'll just wait until after we go LOS to load these formats 114 and 178.
And that's okay, Grip.
And I think we're all configured now with there's the ground 2 and receive all the way around if you wanted to send us out.
Okay, we'll double check. And Challenger, Houston. Yes, sir. It looks like that tank 302 leak that we thought we had earlier may not be there. It might have been a high level of destratification. And if it is leaking at all, it's leaking at a much slower rate than we thought, and we're happy with the present configuration.
Okay, John, that's good to hear.
Challenger, Houston.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We're missing some audio on our dumps. Would you back on A1, check on the audio center to make sure that ICOM A is on channel 1 and ICOM B is on channel 2?
I can verify that, and we set that up personally.
Okay, we'll troubleshoot further.
All right.
Got about a minute to go. We'll see you at Dakar at 2-4.
Hey, and for your information, the Yak Sun Shield is open, and we'll have a very nice view of the Palapa during the deploy.
That's great to hear.
And John, got a quick question for you, if you can pass me the word later.
Go right ahead.
Hey, the checklist calls for the AFE PAM heaters to be turned off with that sun shield open. I'd like confirmation that that's where you want it.
If I don't get back to you here, I'll get back to you at Dakar, John.
Copy that.
And if you can still copy me, we do want the heaters off.
Okay, copy.
Mission Control, Houston. Mission elapsed time 1 day, 0 hours, 21 minutes. Mission elapsed time. Challenger passing out of range of the continental United States pass now. And we'll be reacquiring in about 3 minutes over Dakar. Crew reporting that the sun shield for the Anik satellite, which was deployed yesterday, has been reopened so that it is folded back and allows the crew a clear view of the Palapa satellite, which is in the cargo bay just to the rear of the Anik support equipment. The crew will be beginning their activities relating to the deployment of the Palapa, the Indonesian satellite, very shortly. And they should be probably at this time reviewing the procedures for that deployment. Ground read up all of the numbers that the crew needs to have for the deployment sequence, and that the actual deployment time, after all the orbits and everything have been calculated, comes out to be only 1 second different than the pre-flight planned deployment time for that satellite. Also, during that last pass, the ECOM flight controller noted, who had been monitoring the pressure in that what we had thought to be a leaking cryogenic oxygen tank, said that it appears that we probably do not have a leak in that tank. That was an indication given through a process known as destratification, and misled that process misled them into believing that we had a leak in that tank. So the tank is apparently not leaking at the present time, and everyone seems to be satisfied that the situation is good in that regard. We're at mission elapsed time 1 day, 0 hours, 23 minutes. Be reacquiring over to Dakar in just about a minute. This is Mission Control.
back with you to car for about 8 minutes.
Okay, if you hold off just a second, I'll have comment once I did in.
Okay, we copy, and we're wondering if the Anik sun shield opened smoothly that last time.
No problem noted.
We copy. We're handing over to Ascension for 2 more minutes.
See ya.
Got about 45 seconds here. We'll see you at Botswana at 4-2.
See you there, Big John.
Mission Control Houston, 1 day, 0 hours, 36 minutes mission elapsed time. We're out of communication with the Challenger and we'll be picking up over Botswana in about 5 minutes. Crew is probably reviewing their deployment procedures for the Palapa communications satellite. And in just a few minutes we'll be starting the deploy count clocks in preparation for that deployment that would occur in about 2 hours. Everything appears to be going well with the spacecraft at the present time. Some earlier apparent system problems have worked themselves out, and we appear to be in good shape and nothing to really distract the crew's attention while they're taking care of deploying this second communications satellite to be inserted into its own orbit from the Challenger during this flight.
Challenger, we're back with you at Botswana for 4.5 minutes.
Okay, we're taking pictures. And John just run us through a little review and we're all ready to put out the Palapa.
That sounds great. We got a minute to go here. We'll see you at Yargadi at 5-9er.
Roger that. See you there.
Mission Control Houston, mission elapsed time 1 day, 0 hours, 46 minutes. Just passing out of range at the station at Botswana and be reacquiring in about 12 minutes or so over Yargadi, Australia. Crew has reported that they have concluded reviewing the deploy procedures for the Palapa, and they will be or should be starting the countdown clocks for the deploy at this time. Heading for a deployment of that satellite in about 1 hour and 15 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 1 day, 0 hours, 58 minutes mission elapsed time. Be reacquiring in about a minute over the Yargadi station. We're a little over 1 hour away from the scheduled deployment of the Palapa, the Indonesian communications satellite. And at about the deployment minus 1 hour point, the crew mission specialists begin the pre-deployment checks of the payload assist module, that is the solid rocket motor that will initially take the satellite from its low Earth circular orbit to its elliptical orbit, takes it out to geosynchronous at the high point, and then back to its original orbital level where it was deployed for its perigee. Those checkouts begin at the T-minus 1 hour point in the deployment procedures. Should be picking up the Challenger again in just a few seconds over Yargadi. This is Mission Control.
target E for 8 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear through your good E. And just a status report for you for the payloads, folks. We are complete with the checklist through page 3-4, and we're standing by to start 3-5.
Thank you, sir.
And Houston Challenger, can I get Inco, I guess it's it over there, to verify for me where the MADS recorder power is supposed to be right now?
Okay, let me check. Okay, Crip, it should be in the PCM enable position.
Okay, I did momentarily trip it to off, and it is back in enable.
And John, just a piece of information for people interested in fans and fan filters. We took a look at the CFIS sample module fan filter yesterday, and it had a little bit of lint on it, not too much. We cleaned that off. We checked it again this morning, and it really didn't have any additional lint on it. We're planning to make a survey of all the filters later on this afternoon. But looking at that CFIS fan, we weren't concerned about the others.
Thank you very much. Sounds like PJ and his crew did most of the cleanup for you.
Well, we appreciate that. Six crew did a good job. Passed us a nice machine. I tell you, compared to the amount of debris that I saw on the first flight of Columbia, this thing looked like it had been to a clean room.
We've made some progress.
Yes, sir. And also, again, for Rinko, you can tell it we will have, again, flight deck and mid-deck cameras set up. Flight deck is showing the aft flight deck, and mid-deck is showing the forward flight deck, just as yesterday.
We copy. And Crip, if y'all aren't too busy and Norm has the time to listen, I can give him a little information on Dr. Thornton's, or the question he had for the doc a while back.
I tell you, he's got his mouth full of toothpaste right now, so why don't you just hold up on that?
Okay, we'll catch you later. I'm going to lose you here shortly. We'll just type that info up and send it up to you on the teleprinter, and we'll see you up at Hawaii at 125.
Okay.
Mission Control Houston, 1 day, 1 hour, 9 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger passing out over the northern part of Australia. We're out of communication with the spacecraft right now on the very end of orbit number 17. Be reacquiring in about 16 minutes over Hawaii, and are proceeding through with the final hour before the deployment of the Palapa satellite. Mission specialists going through the checkout of the payload assist module, the solid rocket motor system that puts the satellite into its transfer orbit. Then the commander and pilot preparing in just a few minutes to initiate the maneuver to deploy attitude. Crew seems to be right on time with the procedures in the deploy checklist, and we'll be waiting to hear from them again here in about 15 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, standing by for acquisition through Hawaii.
Challenger, we're back with you over Hawaii for 8 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear.
And I got you the same.
Okay, we have TV set up at this time. Initially have you set up for downlink, looking at the forward flight deck. Should have Rick and John up there.
Got a beautiful picture. And we'd like to have command of the TV if we could.
Okay. We'll handle the pan and tilts on the stuff in the middeck if that's okay. I mean, not on the middeck, on correction, and back in the payload bay, and y'all can play with all the other stuff.
That'll be fine, Grip.
If you look in the aft cockpit, you'll see that the doc here has his stethoscope out.
Okay, we got that now.
I think he's healthy, though.
We're getting a lot of glare off of Norman's head.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Wasn't nice, Big John. Wasn't nice.
It's hard to set up the lighting for Norm. I have a comm problem here of some kind. That could happen with any one of us. Except Sally.
Yeah, I was going to say except Sally.
That should be a little bit better.
We've all decided to be nice to Norm, though.
We're looking right at you, Rick.
Hello, Steve. Well, I'm looking right back at you. We were kind of hoping to seeing some of the lava flows over Kilauea, but our attitude may prevent that.
We copy.
John, is TJ down there with you?
That's affirmative.
Yeah, I think he had a hand with tucking some shirts away that he knows where they're stowed. I'd appreciate it.
We'll check. Grip, Inco's wondering which cameras you have on in the payload bay.
Right now we've got Alpha and Charlie and Delta. It's still dark out, so he's not going to get anything out of him yet.
We could turn the lights on and see if that helps, but right now it's dark out there.
When it is dark out there, let me tell you, it is dark out there.
We believe you. Make sure you get that watch synced up right, John.
Hey, John, we were checking to see what time it was back in Houston and KSC, and I guess people have come to work already.
Yeah, some of us been here since 2:30.
Tell us about it. Tell us about it. Sun's coming up.
Roger that.
Boy, do it come up. It's worth a year of training just to see one of those. Let me see if I can get a camera set for you here.
We copy.
And Houston, we show ourselves about 3 minutes from completing this maneuver to the deploy attitude.
We copy, Rick. Nice maneuver.
I get the Coriolis down. Just need to stay up a little bit longer to practice.
And we're going to lose you here in about 50 seconds, Grip.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll see you Buckhorn at 136.
Ed wants to switch you over to camera alpha right now. I got a little shot of the payload bay.
Okay, we're ready. Okay, we lost the TV, Grip. We'll see you shortly.
Okay.
Mission Control Houston, 1 day, 1 hour, 34 minutes mission elapsed time. Crew of the Challenger looking something like a convention of pilots and engineers on orbit. It's passed out of range of the station in Hawaii and will be reacquiring in just about a minute over the continental United States. They reported that they're about completed with maneuvering to the deploy attitude, where the spacecraft points in the right direction. Since the satellite and its payload assist module are primarily dependent on the orbiter for pointing in the deployment sequence, the spacecraft has to get in the proper attitude before the satellite and its associated equipment are ejected from the payload bay. Crew is moving through the planned sequence of events for getting down to that deployment time, now scheduled to occur in about 28 minutes. Be picking up communication again just a few seconds as we pass over the United States. This is Mission Control Houston.
Challenger, we're back with you over the mainland for about 17 minutes.
Hello again.
And we're receiving TV at the payload bay now.
Okay, John. And you can tell the team, the photo guys, that we're using that spot meter religiously. So we're hoping to get some real good pictures for you.
We're getting a good picture from camera alpha, but we can't get much out of C and D, Crip.
Okay, we're still working with those. Looking at a interesting phenomena here, John, with the sun shining across the limb of the Earth and that blue band of the atmosphere that we've come used to see. The sun passes over and the sun and the Earth limb recedes away from the direct line of the sun. I'd say for another 500 miles out, tangent to the limb of the Earth, you can see a very strong blue color.
Sounds lovely.
Of course, right now we're holding an inertial attitude, and presently, in an LVL-8 sense, we're flying with port wing first, with heads up in the cockpit. It's rather a different way to look at the Earth.
We copy.
For my Air Force friends, that's the left wing.
Yeah, I was going to pass that on to him.
I'm getting indoctrinated up here.
Or the same side as your wristwatch hand.
Some of us were with one on either hand.
And crib so we can avoid a circuit pump transient maybe during the deploy. We would like for you to go circuit pump number 2 on now for 1 minute, and then we'll turn them all 3 off before the deploy, and we'll remind you to get them back on later.
Okay, number 2 is on now. Okay, you can tell Ed camera Delta should look a little better.
Okay, we'll look at it. Yeah, that looks real good.
Camera Charlie is available, but you're not going to see much from that particular view.
We copy.
John, I'm looking out the right window here, and we just slid across the Gulf of California, I guess, and marching across above Mexico towards the States. Does that concur with your plot down there?
That's affirmed. You ought to be going right over Houston here shortly.
I say if they didn't confirm with your plot, we're in deep serious trouble.
And Rick, if you would, turn all 3 circ pumps off.
Okay, they're all off now. Thank you.
We've reacquired TV through Mila.
We also have our alert responses sitting here on the middle of the front console.
We see that.
Right next to the pecan cookies. And so far, as yesterday, during the deploy sequence, everything is totally nominal to this point. We have nothing abnormal at all to report, and we should be starting the mechanical sequence in about 2.5 minutes.
That's great.
We just cautioned over the Gulf, didn't we, John?
That's affirmative. You're over the Gulf now.
All right, we just started our payload recorder and turned on the VTR per the checklist.
We copy.
Okay, mechanical sequence is about to start.
We copy.
Okay, we're showing mechanical sequence has started. And we got 2 sun shield motors enabled at this time.
We copy.
Showing good currents, 0.2 amps on both motors. And grip reports that it's coming open. And we're showing open talkbacks and disable on the motors. We're driving on the restraint on the starboard side now.
We copy.
And nominal amps, 0.2 on each motor.
Copy, and we got a good picture.
Okay, the starboard restraint is out, and we're driving on the port one, and 0.2 of an amp on each of the 2 motors.
We copy.
Hey, the port restraint's out, and we should see the spin here momentarily.
We see her spinning up now. We could use a little focus maybe on camera Delta.
Okay, we'll try that. We're showing 30 amps on each of 2 motors.
That looks a lot better.
Okay, the setup is complete at 51 RPM on each side, and the amps are dropping.
Looks good, John.
Okay, Houston, Palapa's on internal power. We have no discrepancies, and it looks completely nominal power up.
Sounds good, John. It looks good to us.
This is Mission Control. Payloads Officer reports that the Palapa is go for deployment.
And Houston Challenger.
Go ahead.
One thing that appears to be a little different than yesterday
We copy.
Yeah, that oscillation's in the orbiter, not in the PAM.
We copy, and you're starting to fade.
And it's so slight the full CDR, I'm not even sure you can feel it.
We copy.
We rookies are real sensitive to that stuff.
And we just lost TV. We'll be with you through Bermuda for about another 2 minutes.
Sorry to that.
And all systems look good from here.
Real good.
About 30 seconds to an LOS here, Bermuda. Have a good one. We'll see you down at Ascension at 204.
Right to that. We'll talk to you then.
Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, 1 day, 1 hour, 55 minutes mission elapsed time. We are about just about 7.5 minutes away now from the deployment of the Indonesian communications satellite. We had some television there of the final series of procedures as the crew prepared to eject the satellite from the cargo bay. The sun shield was folded back. Restraints were removed and the spin-up was begun. Satellite spinning at its prescribed rate of 50 revolutions per minute in the cargo bay. We will see that we won't actually see the deployment occur. There will be videotape of that, and we'll be getting that played back at a later point in the flight, but that will occur when we do not have an opportunity for television downlink. Everything proceeding very well, and the payloads officer here in Mission Control indicated that everything was completely nominal for the satellite, and that the Palapa was go for deployment. We are 6.5 minutes away from deployment. That should occur just before we reacquire over Ascension in about 7 minutes, and should hear the results of how that deployment went at that time. Mission elapsed time 1 day, 1 hour, 57 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. We are at 3 minutes prior to the deployment of the satellite, and at this point in the terminal sequence, the mission specialists initiate the terminal sequence at 3 minutes prior to deploy. Then in about 1 minute from now, we will have mission specialists Ride and Fabian checking the whether the ordnance, the separation ordnance for the payload assist module has been put in the pre-arm position, and all the various other factors that have to be set properly just before the ejection of the satellite and its payload assist module from the cargo bay. That satellite is ejected by springs connected to the underside. At deployment, there are clamps which are released by pyrotechnics, and then the spring ejects the spinning satellite and its payload assist module from the cargo bay. Mission Control, Houston. Just reached the point where the satellite should be leaving the cargo bay of the Challenger, just as the spacecraft is crossing the equator, orbit number 18. And we ought to be picking up word from the spacecraft momentarily as to the success of that deployment. Mission elapsed time 1 day, 2 hours, 3 minutes.
Challenger, we're back with you at Ascension for 8 minutes.
Roger, wait one.
Okay, we've got you, John, and we had a good deploy, and the sun shield's closing now. We'll be with you in a minute.
That's great, Sally.
And you can see our burn solution on the orbit spec.
Looks good to us, Rick.
Okay. Question on the burn data. I think when you read us the pad, you corrected us on the Vigo Z and said it was plus 2.7. We're reading minus 2.7. We're not burning it.
I think the PEG 7 was a minus 2.7, but the Vigo was a plus.
Okay, thank you.
And double check your ASE PAM heater switch.
Oh, we understand.
We just got that, thanks.
Burn rate to burn attitude.
Copy. Rick, are you in a position where you can turn circ pump 2 on for 1 minute?
Sure am.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's there.
And if you'll time it for a minute, turn it to the GPC position.
Okay, and I've got that set on clock.
And John, the annex sun shield's closed and look real good closing.
That's great. And we're standing by for deploy date anytime.
Stand by on that.
We're not getting a turnaround on our TPR or teleprinter. We're wondering if you'd check the payload station and see if the air-to-ground 2 is in transmit receive.
Stand by. Yeah, John, that is in TR.
We copy?
Okay, John, we've got the data for you when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, we're off on time. Attitude 143.89er. 50.40. 29er.38. 29er.8.38. Sorry about that on the last one. And the rates, negative .0010 and plus .002. No anomalies to report.
That sounds great. And Rick, after you've gone to GPC on circ pump 2, put circ pump 3 to GPC also.
Okay, that configuration is complete now.
Thank you, sir. And Norman, we've sent you up a teleprinter message with regard to the EOG. If you got any questions, you can ask us. We got about 2.5 minutes to go here.
Okay, you copy that?
About 45 seconds on LOS here. We'll see you down at Botswana 215, and I'd like for you to double check that the Palapa SCA is powered down.
Okay, we'll double check.
We'll double check that, John.
Okay.
Mission Control Houston, 1 day, 2 hours, 13 minutes mission elapsed time. Passed out of range of Ascension Island, be reacquiring in about 2 minutes over Botswana. Pilot and commander preparing for the ohm separation burn, that is where the orbiter moves away from the satellite that has been just been deployed. This to get it well beyond any possible contact with the with the burn products from the satellite. Then the spacecraft will go to a window protective maneuver to keep any debris from collecting on the orbiter windows. At time of that separation burn is in about 4.5 minutes from now. That's a 2-engine Ohms burn with a delta velocity of 10 feet per second, and resulting orbit will be 171 by 161 nautical mile orbit. Crew reported that they had a very successful deploy, that things went off very well, and they have closed the sun shields for the airborne support equipment. Be picking up shortly over the Botswana station. This is Mission Control, Houston.
And we're back with you, Botswana, for 7 minutes. Challenger, we're back with you over Botswana for 7 minutes.
That, and we're 2 minutes from the burn.
We copy, we'll stand by.
Okay, we have a cutoff. Biggest residuals are about 0.5 in X.
We copy.
Secondary gimbal check coming at you.
We're over Botswana, Crip.
Oh, sorry about that. Good check on the secondaries.
Copy.
Okay, good check on the primaries.
Thank you, sir. Crip, if you can accommodate it, we'd like to move the VTR dump back to the Goldstone Station, Vice Mila. Turns out we have a keyhole at Mila and none at Goldstone. We'd like to try it there.
Okay, we think we can make that.
And that'll be at 3+11 at Goldstone.
3+11.
We're going to lose you in a minute. We'll see you at Yargadi at 236.
Okay, see you there.
And congratulations again.
And that's 4 for 4.
Mission Control, Houston, 1 day, 2 hours, 23 minutes mission elapsed time. Passed out of range of the ground station at Botswana, and Challenger will be picked up again over Yargadi in about 12.5 minutes. Crew was congratulated from the ground on a good deployment of the satellite. That occurred about 20 minutes ago, and one of the crew members remarked that they were now 4 for 4 on deployment of these type of communications satellites. Crew performed the separation burn about 5 minutes ago, and Commander Bob Crippen reporting that they did a gimbal check on the 2 ohms engines, and that everything was nominal with those. We'll be picking up again in about 12 minutes over Yargadi. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 1 day, 2 hours, 36 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for reacquisition of the crew of Challenger over the Yargadi station in Western Australia.
Hello, Challenger. Houston back with you for 5 minutes through Yargadi.
Hello, TJ. I didn't think Big John was going to let you talk.
I had to arm wrestle.
I can imagine.
And just in case you're getting ahead a little bit there, the interconnect ohms will not be required. We'd like you to stay straight feed today.
Okay, sound like a winner.
And Challenger Houston, Crip, in the interest of saving a little cryo, you're welcome to go ahead and get back into a single G2 at your convenience.
Okay, we'll do that. Oh, guess what just showed up? Our old friend, the IMU bite.
Okay, we'll get some data at Guam in about 10 minutes, and we'll see if it's that same problem again.
That probably is. It's IMU1. DJ, you didn't know where they tucked away those shirts, huh?
We're working on it. We'll have something for you a little bit later. Did you need them today, you think?
Well, you along with that one.
Now, we kind of know where they are. It's a problem of access OFK.
Oh, we know where they are then.
And Challenger, going LOS here at Yarga DC at Guam at 48.
Okay, see you there, Terry.
Mission Control Houston, standing by for acquisition over Guam.
And Challenger, we're back with you for 7 minutes through Guam.
Okay, TJ. We received a total of about 4 of those IMU bites. First one was at 1 day, 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 34 seconds. And the last was at 1 day, 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 39 seconds.
Okay, thanks a lot. We'll take a look.
Okay, and DPS can also see that we're in single GNC configuration this time.
Well, that was quick.
Oh, I thought it was slow.
And TJ, should we keep digging through MD-76 Charlie, or are we in the wrong place?
No, I think you're in the right place. We're still trying to verify all that, though.
Okay, we'll keep looking.
And we'll call you again at Hawaii in about 7 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Mission Control Houston, 1 day, 2 hours, 55 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger has just passed out of range of the station at Guam and will be without contact for almost 6 minutes before reacquiring over Hawaii on orbit number 19. Mission Control Houston, standing by for acquisition through Hawaii.
Hello, Houston. How do you rate Challenger?
You're loud and clear, Rick. We're AOS Hawaii now.
I knew that.
And you'll be glad to hear that Palapa confirms a good trajectory through Hawaii.
That's super. Darn, very pleased. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And TJ, for your information, we found them.
you. And Challenger Houston, we recommend you adapt to auto at this time.
Okay, we're waiting on that. Thank you, sir.
And we'd like to talk to you about that ohms crossfeed heater and do a little troubleshooting if you have a minute.
All right, go ahead.
We're not sure if the heater's failed or just shifted in its temperature. We'd like to put it back on again. We've changed the Timbood, the lower limit down to 41 degrees. And if you would, back on A14, take the ohms crossfeed, A to auto and B to off, we'll watch it. And should you get an alarm, you can go back to B heaters.
Okay, that's done. And Terry, for planning purposes, since we have this TV opportunity over at Goldstone, I guess it is, which we're sending down the VTR Palapa deploy, I'll save the K-U band deploy till sometime thereafter.
Okay, we're looking for that around 4 hours and 30 minutes, Rick, for the cap update.
Yeah.
And Challenger Houston, we have 1 minute left here at Hawaii, and our TV coverage through Goldstone will last for about 6 minutes. We'll be looking forward to seeing the Palapa deploy.
Okay, TJ, we'll see you then.
And by the way, Sally, to get the downlink correct, ENCO needs to send a few commands to square away the sync, and if you'd leave the command switch in command, we'll do that. You can go ahead and operate the rest.
Okay, we'll put it in command.
It's going to be a popular subject, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Mission Control Houston, 1 day, 3 hours, 10 minutes mission elapsed time. Got a brief gap here between, as the orbiter passes between the ranges of the stations at Hawaii and the western United States. As we get within range of the Goldstone station, we expect to be getting some downlink recorded video that the crew took of the deployment of the Palapa satellite that occurred about 1 hour and 10 minutes ago. We'll be standing by for reacquisition in about 30 seconds. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger Houston, we're AOS Buckhorn, Goldstone in 1 minute.
Okay. And TJ, why don't you just let us know when you get a TV picture? We'll have it set up on the flight deck like we did before.
Okay, we'll do that, Sally. We got it, and we love it.
So easy to please.
Okay, we'll start running the VTR for you and put that on the downlink when we can see that it looks good. Okay, again, what we've got is the beginning of mechanical sequence. So the first thing that you ought to see is the Palapa sun shield, which is behind the open annex sun shield, start to open. And there it goes now, you can see it.
Looks good and smooth.
No problems at all.
Okay, we're going to fast forward it again and show you the last part of mechanical sequence. Let you see the spin up. And that'll be coming shortly.
We see the spin up.
Okay, and now we're going to fast forward ahead again and let you see the deploy.
You may take the Cecil B. DeBrandonstein Award away from him.
Cecil B. DeHout. Okay, and what you're seeing now is the very end of terminal sequence. It'll be popping out any minute now. And same thing on Palapa as with Anik. We really felt a kick when it left the bay.
Did that faint vibration continue through the deploy, or did it stop when you deployed?
It stopped with the deploy. That's real pretty. That's my first view of it.
Beautiful.
Okay, and if you've seen enough of that, we're going to now take you forward to something we didn't show you before, and that's the burn.
That was real good, troops. We'll go ahead and see that now.
Okay.
We've seen 4 T-shirts so far.
4 is probably the number. And just in case...
We copy and understand.
Just in case you couldn't read the bottom line, John is moving in.
TFNG, we deliver. Okay.
You got it.
What time we got these TFNGs, everyone? Commander Crippen and Captain Halk seated at the front and get ready for the burn post-deploy. Of course, Commander Crippen is a captain, too. Get that Navy stuff mixed up. Second business, Mason.
We can tell you're steely-eyed from here.
We're all real pleased, obviously, to be a part of the 4th successful PAM delivery, and we look forward to many more as the years go on.
Well said, John. We feel the same.
I can tell you that whole system will really perform smoothly.
And TJ, we've got a couple of the bay cameras set up. Not using them now, and he might try selecting other. He's tired of looking at us.
We just have a few seconds left, Sally, and I'm sure we'll get some more good pictures as the week goes on.
Okay.
It has been fun sharing pictures with you folks.
And Challenger, the cameras are yours again.
Okay, thanks.
And looks like you're right over central Mexico right now.
We agree, and it sure is clear. In fact, it's been fun talking to you, TJ, but we need to go find our cameras now.
Think the film's going to last till Friday?
Not a chance. I think we're going to use it up tomorrow.
Challenger, Houston.
Go ahead, John.
Yes, sir. We'd like to troubleshoot that error message problem we had on the Spec 219, and to do that, we'd like for you to go to page 320 in the payload ops and do step 7 there where you secure the yaw sensor, and then give us a readout of that error word and see what it is. Challenger, did you copy?
You dropped out, John. Say again what you want us to do in the MAL book.
It's not in the MALs. We want you to deactivate the yaw sensor, and that's page 3-20 in the payload ops. It's item 17 and an item 16, and then give us a readout on that error word on the Spec 219 again.
Okay, coming up. Okay, and error word 2 is still reading 08.
We copy that, and we'll get back to you.
Okay, we
we assume you want us to leave the yaw sensor off until further advised, then, is that right?
That's affirmative. Challenger, Houston.
Go ahead.
We'd like to troubleshoot a little further, and we'd like for you to deactivate or safe the mass spec, and that's page 3-6, step number 2, and then give us a readout on that word.
3-6, step number 2, the mass spec, okay?
And when you get the mass spec turned off, just stand by.
Okay, I've closed the shield and I've got Echo 5 for the status.
We copy, and that's the correct one.
And I turned it off and I'm getting the -80, which indicates no counts. And a status of 80.
We copy. Give us a readout of that error word number 2 on the spec 219 again.
Okay. Zero.
We copy.
Okay, and let us know if you'd like the yaw sensor back on from normal.
That's affirmed. We'd like to get the yaw sensor back on, and it's step number 1 on 3-17.
Okay, 3-17. Okay, yaw sensor's back on and the error words are still 0.
We copy that. We got about a minute to go here. We'll see you down at Ascension at 216.
Ascension at 216.
And we'll talk to you about the mass spectrometer at a later date.
Okay.
I sure would like to get it going again.
I think we all would.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Merritt Island launch area. Challenger now on orbit number 34, almost midway through. Next station in 10 minutes, Ascension Island. Continuing to troubleshoot the apparent problem in the yaw sensor with the mass spectrometer on the Space Shuttle pallet satellite payload. Coming up on a meal for the crew. At 2 days, 2 hours, 4 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 2 hours, 15 minutes mission elapsed time, standing by for acquisition through Ascension. Crew is currently in a scheduled meal period, and then they'll be getting ready for the 2 ohms burns, number 5 and number 6, which are to recircularize their orbit at a 157 by 157 nautical miles.
Challenger, we're back with you at Ascension for about 7 minutes. If you're not too deeply entrenched in your meal, we'd like to get the mass spectrometer back on, and that's the bottom of page 3-6.
You're in a real big hurry. We're right in the middle of lunch, and it's coming in
be fine.
But Houston, say again what it was that you want us to do. I didn't copy it so that we can get it in a couple minutes.
Okay, Crip, we want to get the mass spectrometer back on, and that's using the procedures on the bottom of 3-6 in the payload ops.
Okay, just turn it back on. Okay.
And that's loading a program 4, and then we'd like to see what that error word reads on Spec 219 again.
Okay. Houston, Challenger.
Go ahead.
Roger. When I do the item 4 and turn the mask back on, that command sets the error word to 08.
We copy.
And would you like me to go ahead and select program 4?
Stand by for about 10. I'll be right back to you.
Roger, stand by.
Okay, Challenger, looks like we're going to have to research this a little further. Go ahead and safe the mass spectrometer using those same steps there on step 2, page 3-6. We got about 45 seconds to go here. We're going to turn you over to the Granite team, and they'll pick you up at Botswana 226. It's been a pleasure this morning.
We enjoyed it too, John. See you guys manana.
Roger that.
And John, you and the next team might be interested to know that we've been enjoying a little bit of light reading while we're eating lunch here.
Understand light reading?
A little bit of light reading that we found in the flight data file.
Okay, we copy that.
And we're going to get you for it too. One last note for you. When turning the mask back off, the error word remained at 08.
We copy. Understand after you turned it off or as you turned it off?
After it's off, the error word is still 08. Okay, it is now gone to 00 if you're still there, John.
Okay, we copy that, and we were expecting that. We'll see you at Botswana.
Okay, just had a delay.
Mission Control Houston standing by for acquisition through Botswana in just a moment. The crew apparently enjoying their meal. Referring to a little light reading, the captioned photographs that some of their astronaut friends on the ground have stowed in with the flight data file for them to find on orbit. Should be picking up momentarily over Botswana.
Challenger Houston with you with the Granite team for 7.5 minutes at Botswana.
Hello, guy. How you doing today?
Just great.
I think we can start. We're just finishing up our little bit of lunch here. Beans and broccoli, all that good stuff.
Roger, you all sound good, and glad you enjoy the reading.
Somebody's spent a lot of time.
Our pleasure, I assure you.
Bill Holmberg, I appreciate him breaking up this day for us, such that we could work it for nominal. Since we didn't have to do a deploy this morning, I think it's made it a much nicer day.
Roger, stand by. He'll think of something.
It sometimes takes him a while.
Challenger Houston, 40 seconds to LOS. We'll see you for a quickie at Yarragadee at 2+49. Challenger Houston, about to lose you at Botswana. See you at Yarragadee at 2+49.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 2 hours, 34 minutes mission elapsed time. Crew of the Challenger passing out of range of the Botswana tracking station now on orbit number 34. We'll be picking up in about 14.5 minutes over Yarragadee. Crew enjoying their meal of dehydrated or freeze-dried broccoli, beans, and other assorted delicacies of space travel. During that previous pass, they were asked to safe the mass spectrometer instrument on the shuttle pallet satellite, close that one down for the day. And very shortly, in about 42 minutes, we'll have the first of 2 orbital maneuvering systems burns, which will recircularize the Challenger's orbit at a lower orbit than it is at the present time. Currently, the spacecraft is in a 170 by 161 nautical mile orbit. And the first burn will be a 2-engine OMS burn, and that will take place at 2 days, 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 10.6 seconds, changing the velocity of the spacecraft by 6.9 feet per second and resulting in a 170 by 157 nautical mile orbit. Then just about a little less than an hour after that, they will do another burn to circularize the orbit at 157 by 157. That's also a 2-engine burn. We'll change the velocity of the spacecraft by 23.7 feet. That will take place at 2 days, 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 33 seconds. The Granite team coming on now for their shift in mission control, and we'll be here for the next several hours working with the crew. They still have about 4 hours or so remaining in their day's activities, and we should be having some spacecraft television a little bit later in the day after the recircularization burn. Some solar cell operations experiments with the SPOS, and various other experimental procedures before they get into their pre-sleep time several hours from now. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 2 hours, 49 minutes mission elapsed time. We have a very low elevation pass over the edge of the Yarragadee tracking station in Western Australia. We may or may not have communications in this 0.2 of a degree pass, and we probably will be picking up in about 8.5 minutes or so over Guam as we start orbit number 35. This is Mission Control.
Challenger Houston with you through Yarragadee, just long enough to say we'll see you at Guam at 2+58.
Okie dokie, we'll see you there. Meanwhile, we'll be heading over to burn attitude here pretty shortly.
Roger that. Challenger Houston with you at Guam for 8 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear. We're en route to burn attitude.
Roger, and on your way there, I've got a note on the mass spec.
Go ahead.
Okay, payloads would like to try that one more time to see if anything different will happen. We'd like you, at your convenience, to turn on the mass spec another time and monitor the error word 2, as before, for 30 seconds. If the error word reads 0, continue with mass spec ops. Otherwise, go ahead and turn it off.
Okay, we copy that, and we'll wait 30 seconds and let you know.
Okay, thanks. We'd just like to get it done before we start with the heat pipe.
Understand. Okay, guy, that error word number 2 comes up 08 right away. I'm waiting the 30 seconds.
Copy.
Looks like no joy on it, guy. We're going to have to go ahead and secure them.
Copy. Thank you, John.
And Guy, do they know what the problem is with the aspect?
Stand by. Sally, it's apparently putting too much data in the data stream. We don't know why. Perhaps the filaments are getting too hot, and as a result, we need it off for the other experiments.
Okay, I understand. So that means that maybe we can still run it when the other experiments are not running.
Challenger Houston, as a result of that problem with the mass spec, we lost some of the data on the yaw sensor, and we'd like for you to do that at the backup timeline there at 4+25 to redo the yaw sensor test.
Good. Holmberg strikes again.
I told you he was working for something.
Roger that.
We'll get him for this.
And we'll also do it.
Thank you. Challenger Houston with another note on that yaw sensor test.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, all we need there is the minus yaw maneuver. We don't need the plus maneuver. And we'd like you to use DAP Bravo 10.
Bravo 10 and negative job.
Roger.
Okay, and we got a gimbal check going on this time in the sector.
Challenger Houston, say again, please.
Zero, gimbal check in progress.
Copy. Challenger Houston, 45 seconds to LOS. See you at Hawaii at 3+12.
See you there.
Mission Control Houston, about to acquire communication through Hawaii.
Challenger Houston with you at Hawaii for 8 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear. Yeah, we're about 4.5 minutes from the burn.
Roger, we're watching.
Mission Control Houston, spacecraft about 2 minutes away from their OMS 5 burn to adjust the orbit. Currently passing over Hawaii at the present time on orbit number 35.
Okay, Houston, that was a good burn, as you probably observed, and gimbal checks are in progress again.
Roger, good burn.
Mission Control Houston, crew reported a good burn on the OMS 5 ignition there, is on their way to recircularizing the orbit. That changed the velocity of the spacecraft by 6.9 feet per second, and we'll put them in a 170 by 157 nautical mile orbit.
Challenger Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. See you at Buckhorn in 2 minutes.
See you there.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal through Hawaii. We'll be reacquiring very shortly. In about just about a minute or so here, a minute and a half, over the western range of the continental United States stations at Buckhorn. Just to add an additional piece of information on the cabin depressurization to 10.2, the oxygen content at that is adjusted to remain the same as the oxygen content at sea level, so it does not diminish the crew's supply of oxygen that they get. It is not the equivalent of actually being at the altitude on Earth that pressure would equate to, because on the Earth the actual oxygen content would be less. In the spacecraft it is maintained at the necessary level, or the level that they would normally experience it at sea level. We're at 2 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes mission elapsed time, and about to reacquire in about 30 seconds over the western U.S. This is Mission Control.
Challenger Houston with you at Buckhorn for 7.5.
Okay, loud and clear. We're maneuvering to the second, our home 6.5.
Roger.
And for ECOM info, I did do a tweak on that cabin pressure a half hour or so ago. We got down to where TPO2 B sensor was reading 255 and started giving us alarms. So we bumped it up with O2 a little bit to cabin pressure at 10.4.
Roger, we copy. Thanks.
Looking out over LA Basin and on my port side. Looks like they got a little fog in Long Beach Harbor today.
Roger.
There's San Diego. They also got some fog. I think we ought to split us in there and go to Mex Village.
Roger.
Great timing on this pitch attitude as far as giving us a great view of the Baja.
Good.
Like I'm diving at the Earth.
FAO's taking a little credit for that attitude, but I think it was Fido's.
Right. I think it was probably an accident.
We're about to go LOS. We'll see you at Mila in 3 minutes. Challenger Houston with you at Mila for 4 minutes.
Loud and clear, guys.
Challenger Houston, Enco be turning the camera Delta on here just to make a static test to see if it influences the PI at all.
Okay, be our guest.
Thanks. Challenger Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. See you at Ascension at 3 plus 5, 2.
3 plus 5, 2. See you there.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 3 hours, 35 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger passing out of range of the tracking stations over the U.S. We'll have a loss of signal period of about 16 minutes here before we pick up again through the Ascension Island station. Crew is about 27 or so minutes away from start of their OMS 6 burn, which will be the OMS burn to circularize the orbit of the spacecraft. The first one that was done just a little bit ago was a successful 2-engine burn that put them in a 170 by 157 nautical mile orbit. This will also be a 2-engine burn and will change velocity of the spacecraft 23.7 feet per second. Will result in a 157 by 157 nautical mile orbit. Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 3 hours, 51 minutes mission elapsed time. About to reacquire communication with the Challenger through Ascension Island in just a few seconds. And the crew is about 10, almost 11 minutes away from the start of the OMS 6 burn to recircularize the orbit.
Challenger Houston with you at Ascension for 5 minutes.
Loud and clear.
Challenger Houston.
You go ahead, still?
Raj, the TV test we did over Milo worked out very well. We saw no interference. You're free to turn the TVs off whenever you're through with them.
Okay, thank you.
Challenger Houston, be losing you at Ascension here shortly. We'll see you at Botswana at 4 plus 02.
Okay, see you there.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 3 hours, 58 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger is out of range of the station at Ascension and will be picking up over Botswana in about 4 minutes.
Challenger Houston with you at Botswana for 6 minutes.
Okay, and we just completed a good burn.
Raj, thank you. Challenger Houston, want to check the burn was on time and what residuals you had.
Okay, the burn was on time. The largest residual was 0.32.
Thank you.
That's what I meant by good burn.
And Guy, I just performed the MLR post-deactivation. 2 days, 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 30 seconds.
We copy, Sally. Thank you.
And indications are all nominal.
Thank you. Challenger Houston, we're 1 minute LOS. We'll see you at Guam at 4 plus 34.
See you there. Roger that. And can I verify you want me, next step you did want to pick up with the yaw sensor, right?
That's affirmative. And Challenger, that's the negative maneuver.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 4 hours, 11 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger has passed beyond the range of the station at Botswana. We've got about 22.5 minutes before we have communication again, and that will be over Guam for about a 7-minute pass at that time. Crew is going to be proceeding with the yaw sensor experiments on the SPOS. They had a good ohms burn there, a ohms burn number 6 to circularize their orbit. And then we'll be doing some of the SPOS activities in the attached mode, that is with the SPOS equipment in the cargo bay and some of the experiments running on that piece of equipment. Not too many other things beyond that remaining in the crew's day. A little bit less than 3 hours remaining in their activities before they get into the scheduled pre-sleep period, and they're due to go to sleep this evening. At about a little more than 5 hours from now. 2 days, 4 hours, 13 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control. Mission Control Houston, standing by for acquisition through Guam.
Challenger Houston with you at Guam for 7.5.
Okay, and we're finishing up on the last point on the yaw sensor, and we had a little data problem we'll tell you about in just a minute.
Okay, we'll be waiting for you, and then I'll have a couple notes for you.
Okay, it'll be a minute before we chat with you, but you might just note that the heat pipe's powered off.
Roger, understand. Heat pipe powered off.
And Guy, you might let the Intel know that in the PAO that we're set up for real-time TV, and we have this set up as described in the photo TV ops checklist for OSTA SPOS. We also should you want to have camera Charlie pointed at the one of the aft windows. So between the three of those, we'll be able to put you together a good show, I think.
Okay, sounds good. I've got some switches there on panel A1 and A7 whenever you've got somebody there for them.
Yeah, I'll take care of those, Guy. Go ahead.
Okay, we're going to do a KU band self-test here. We'd like on panel A1U the KU band mode to radar passive, then a panel command.
That's complete.
Okay, and down on A7L, the MAD strain gauges, we'd like them back to PCM enable. They're warmed up now.
Okay, Sally's taking care of that. That's done.
Okay, and you should have a weather message coming up on the teleprint.
We hear it.
Okay, Guy, I'd like to talk to you about the heat pipe now, if you got a minute.
We're ready, John.
Okay, when we powered the heat pipe on, we followed that with the yaw sensor, and we got the error word 08 again. We'd already started the heat pipe experiment, so I turned the power on the heat pipe off, and got no joy. I still had an error word 08. I cycled the power on the yaw sensor, and we came up with error word 00. So at that point, I elected to complete the negative yaw sweep on the yaw sensor and delay one rev on the heat pipe. It appears that we may have a data problem with both the heat pipe and the mass spec showing the same type of characteristic. It may be something other than the experiment itself. And we're standing by to turn the power on the MOM.
Roger, we copy. We'll look at that. Challenger, Houston, John, just wanted to confirm that you turned both the power and the experiment of the heat pipe on, not just the power.
That is affirmative.
Copy, thank you.
And also, Guy, I'm ready to go ahead and go down to a single G2. GPS rate there.
Okay, you're clear for that, Crip.
And at this point, we have the MOMs powered up, and we're still showing error word 00 on both error word 1 and 2.
We copy, John.
And one further piece of data on that heat pipe thing that may be of use to the payloads, folks. We turned the power on, we waited the mandatory 1 minute, and then turned the experiment on. And it was after the experiment was turned on that we got the error word 08 and elected, after some discussion, to abort the heat pipe activation at this time.
We copy, John. Thank you. And Challenger, just wanted to clear one more thing up after you got the 00 and you got a good yaw sensor test after that.
That is affirmative.
Thank you.
Guy, the yaw sensor test was just completed, and one more piece of information is that the heat pipe, all that activity with the heat pipe happened more than 15 minutes ago.
We copy, Sally. Thank you. Challenger Houston, Crip, your go for the item 48. Challenger Houston, we're 40 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Hawaii for some good TV at 4 + 4 = 8.
Okay, copy that. And if it helps you any, the activation time of the heat pipe was power on at 0411. Experiment on at 0411:30 and off at 0416.
Copy, John. Thank you.
Sir.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 4 hours, 43 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger is beyond the range of the station at Guam. We're about 5 minutes away from the pass through Hawaii on orbit number 36. Ground controllers, payload people here are in mission control are troubleshooting a problem that the crew experienced with the heat pipe. Experiment on the SPOS appears to be a data problem of some type, and they are evaluating the significance of that, whether or not it ties in with the problem that they had with the mass spectrometer experiment earlier. We'll be hearing again from the crew of the Challenger in about 4 minutes. This is Mission Control. Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 4 hours, 48 minutes mission elapsed time, standing by for acquisition through Hawaii.
Challenger Houston with you over Hawaii for 7 minutes and got some good pictures there.
Outstanding, and you'll see we've got the status that we've got here is still with the mass spec off, the MOMS is up, the yaw sensor is up, and the heat pipe's down.
And Guy, disregard on camera Charlie, just use the mid deck and the flight deck.
We copy that, thank you. I've got a note here for you on the mass spec and heat pipe.
Hey, we're ready to copy.
Raj, the problem with both of them is they're putting too much data out on the serial stream and it's causing it to trip off. What we'd like you to do is turn both the heat pipe and the mass spec back on and leave them on. Just ignore the data word. We want to see what we can get. And then go ahead and do the solar cell on time.
Okay, you want the heat pipe and the mass spec both turned on at this time. Does that mean you want the heat pipe turned on now away from the terminator? We have a restriction on that on the terminator.
Stand by, John.
Okay, and I'll put the mass spec in work while you're chatting on that one.
Thank you.
And Guy, you can probably see that as soon as we turned the mass spec on, we got a 08.
We're running the mass spec now, Guy, in program 4.
Roger, thank you. That's what we want.
It is swiveling.
And Challenger, we'd like the heat pipes turned on now, even though we're away from the terminator.
Okay, I copy that, and it's in work.
Thank you.
I'll be observing the 1 minute wait here, and I'll have the experiment on shortly.
Thank you, John.
And Guy, we've also got 2 other cameras set up if you want to try them, 2 bay cameras. Camera Alpha is right now looking at the spas and the gas cans on the port side of the longeron. And camera Delta is pointed at the Earth, so you can have your choice of those.
Thank you, Sally. We're looking through Alpha now.
Okay, Guy, we've got the experiment on now for the heat pipe, and we also have managed to get loaded the solar cell attitude, the solar inertial attitude, and we'll be ready to go on that on time.
Roger, sounds good.
Commenting on TV scene development, that was a real good setup that crew system set up for us, but we wound up the last minute putting window shades in the forward windows, so got them in just in time.
Roger, copy and a reminder to put track in the future option.
And lights out.
And Guy, if you're still looking at camera Alpha, you can see the gas can that's got the top open.
Right, we can see that just beside the arm there.
That's right.
Okay, and I'm powering up the solar cell now. We're about 1 minute from the start of the maneuver.
Challenger, Houston, I've got a note here on the solar cell activities.
Hey, go ahead, sir.
Okay, there on spec 220, if your modus proc temp gets greater than 110 degrees, we'd like for you to terminate the solar cell activities and go to a -Z to space attitude that I've got when you're ready for it.
Okay, we copy that, and 110 is the number on the modus proc, and we're ready to copy it. Go ahead with the attitude.
Okay, it'll be target +2, body vector +5, pitch +0, yaw of 090, with an Omicron of 0. And after 15 minutes of that attitude, go back to -ZLV, and that'll cool things down.
Okay, I copy. If the modus proc temp gets 110 degrees, he wants to go with a space pointing attitude. That will be a target of 2, body vector of +5, and be a pitch of 0, yaw of 090, and Omicron of 0. And we'll sit there for 15 minutes and then go to -CLV.
Roger, read back correct, thanks.
And Guy, I'm assuming that we're just going to press with this thing with the error word of 08 and act like everything's nominal. Is that firm?
That's affirmative, John.
Okay, we won't make any more calls on the sensor. And Dr. Taggart has joined us up here in the cabin. And Norm, what were you doing downstairs just a while ago? Well,
And Challenger, we're losing you. We'll see you over Buckhorn in about 3 minutes.
See you there.
Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 4 hours, 56 minutes mission elapsed time. Have a short gap in communications here as we pass out of range of the station at Hawaii, and we'll reacquire about 2 minutes over the western U.S. Stations. That'll be just a short pass over the edge of the range of those stations, and we'll have a long loss of signal period after that. Crew is continuing along with the payload's flight controllers and mission control to troubleshoot some of the experiments on the SPOS. There are some apparently some data problems there, data handling problems. They have decided to proceed with the operation of those experiments and to ignore the error messages that they get when they turn some of those on. Be picking up again in about a minute and a half. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston with you at Buckhorn for 3 minutes.
okay, we've got an intermittent on your motive processing temperature. It looks like the deucer's in trouble there. It reads 0 at present, and occasionally it reads in the 90s.
Roger, we copy.
And Houston, Challenger, you copy. That means probably means we cannot use that particular deucer as a cutoff point since it's not reading right now.
Stand by, Crip.
Sim Soup himself couldn't have done that better.
And Guy, if you're through in the TV cameras, which I assume you are, we'll go ahead and power them off.
Roger, we're through with them, and that was some great TV we had at Hawaii. Thank you.
Roger.
And Challenger, you can ignore that temperature reading then unless you get a fault FDA message.
Okay, we copy that.
Challenger, Houston, we're 20 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Botswana at 5 + 3/8.
Okay, we'll copy that.
And Guy, I just activated Mouse Alpha and Mouse Bravo, and I can give you the times later.
Roger, copy, Sally. Thank you.
Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 5 hours, 2 minutes mission elapsed time. We have lost communication with the Challenger through the western U.S. stations, orbit number 36, and we will have a long loss of signal period for about 35 minutes until we pass within range of the station at Botswana in southern Africa. Crew is currently working some of the experiments on the shuttle pallet satellite. We have been seeing some data handling problems with those experiments, and they have been told to ignore the data messages that they get on those and let those experiments continue to run. Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 5 hours, 38 minutes mission elapsed time. We're about 20 seconds away from acquiring communication with a Challenger over Botswana in southern Africa.
Challenger, Houston with you at Botswana for 7 minutes with a couple of notes. Okay, first I'd like you to check the switches on the KU band back on panel A1U.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, wanted to check the KU band power is on.
Okay, what's on? It is now.
Okay, and that we needed that on for our last test, so we'd like you to do a panel command, and then we're going to repeat our self-test when we get to Indian Ocean.
You just got a panel command now.
Okay, and wanted to check the antenna was also in manual slew for us, please.
Verify. Radar passive, and radar output is low.
Roger, thank you, Crab. Got another note for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, for your crew-operated MOMS data takes, we would like you to use the 100mm lens on the camera.
Okay, we copy that. We're running a bit short on the 70mm film. How long a data take you going to have?
Stand by one.
John, what we were talking about was trying to save our 70mm film for Prox Ops Day, and we were wondering whether it would be acceptable for the PIs if we took pictures with the 35mm of the ground tracks.
Okay, stand by. I'll get you an answer.
Okay.
And when you got some time, I've got some SPA's experiment items to pass to you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, we need the pad for the MOMS data take, which we haven't not yet received. We've got the solar cell experiment complete. We think we got a good data take. The yaw sensor is powered back on at this time. The mouse 1 was activated on time. 020508. And we think we understand now the processor temp on the DHS, and we think we've got a display, and we're missing some digits on it, so when it reads 0, it's really 100.
That's affirmative, John.
When we call it up on the FDA spec, we can see the actual value there.
Okay, we copy and concur.
Yeah, we're getting that on spec 60, and I don't know what you're showing on the ground. And for the PI, during the solar inertial pointing of the solar cell, the maximum panel 8 temperature was 14 degrees centigrade.
Copy that. And Sally, on your question, the 35mm is okay, so plan to use that as you suggested, and it'll be a 2-minute data take.
Okay, John, that's great. We'll catch the whole data take with 35mm. Thanks a lot.
Roger, and for you, John, we have a teleprompter message coming up with all the MOMS data take times on them.
Okay, copy, and we're still going to do the one with the TN of 20653.
That's affirmative, John.
Okay, we'll stand by for the pad when it's available.
Okay, John, I have the pad here if you're ready to copy.
Okay, real good, John. I'm ready to copy.
Okay, for MOMS 1, the start command MET is 2065141. Duration 2 minutes, and your item 11 is 02. And there's an asterisk there on that comment for item 11 that the crew is required an item 14 reset after 120 seconds. Execute. And item 12 is a +1. Item 13 is a +1.
Okay, I'm going to read back for confirmation. I've got your TN of 02. I've got your TN of 02064151. 2 minutes. 02 for item 11 with an S. Item 14 after 120 seconds. Item 12 is 1. Item 13 is 1.
John, that's a good readback, except one correction on the MET. It's 51, then 41.
Okay, thank you much.
Okay, and we'll see you at Indian Ocean in a couple of minutes. And Challenger Houston's with you at Indy again for 7 minutes. Challenger Houston, we're going LOS in 25 seconds. We'll see you at Guam at 6+11.
Okay, see you there.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 5 hours, 54 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger passing out of range of the Indian Ocean Station. Crew is continuing to work with the experiments on board the shuttle pallet satellite. We made reference to the MOMS, that's the new high-resolution modular optoelectronic multispectral scanner that will be adapted for later use in satellites. Referred to the mouse experiments, that's not M-O-U-S-E, that's M-A-U-S. And those involve one of those materials, actually both of those are materials processing type experiments. It'll be about 16.5 minutes before we reacquire the communication. Now we'll be over the Guam station on orbit number 37. This is Mission Control Houston.
Challenger Houston with you at Guam for 5 minutes.
Okay, that's clear.
Challenger Houston, we're going LOS Guam in 30 seconds. We'll see you at Hawaii at 6+24.
Okay, see you later, John.
Challenger Houston, and just a reminder, we'll be looking for TV at Hawaii.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 6 hours, 17 minutes mission elapsed time. We've had loss of signal through Guam. We'll be picking up in about 6.5 minutes over the Hawaii station. And we'll be expecting some television from the spacecraft at that time. Challenger is currently on orbit number 37. Only a couple of more hours in the crew's activities today. They've been working most of the afternoon on what's been their afternoon on the scientific experiments, materials processing experiments on the shuttle pallet satellite, and in some cases troubleshooting some data problems with a couple of those experiments. This is Mission Control.
Challenger Houston with you at Hawaii for 8 minutes, and we'll be sending you a MOMS data take teleprompter message during the pass.
now, Camber Charlie's looking right into the sunshine for this TV you wanted. We're going to try giving you Delta right now, if that's okay.
Affirmative, we concur.
And John, just for your information, we just got around to dropping the panel on the ceiling of the middeck, MO42F, to take a look at the filters up there. And it looked to us like the IMU filters needed cleaning, and Rick and I just finished that. Unfortunately, we didn't think to get the IMU fan delta P before we did that, before and after, but they're clean now. So we looked in the DU, the little holes there to the DU filters, and there's a little bit of lint in there, but we don't think that they need to be cleaned.
Okay, we copy that. Thank you, Sally, and we're seeing some good video right now.
Okay, you can have Charlie if you want to look at the antenna now. I think it'd be better for you. We'll put it on the downlink.
Okay, Quip. And we're seeing a good picture of the antenna right now. That's a nice roll.
It really moves around.
And we're seeing a good search pattern out there right now, Challenger.
And, Johnny, you can read me. I was just saying that what you're looking at there with this camera, we can also look at one of our forward motors and see it moving on the other side of it. Get a pretty good visual on the antenna from up here as well.
Okay, we copy that. And Challenger, we'd just like to know if y'all had any trouble getting the panel back after you cleaned the IMU filter. And for your information, the Delta P has improved slightly.
Well, that's good to know that our efforts were worthwhile. And the answer is no. We just finished putting the panel back up, and it was easy to do.
Okay, Sally, Ecom says good show.
Looks like Dr. Page is going to put the antenna through its paces there.
And we're seeing another beautiful roll maneuver.
And John, I just used a couple of 70mm films to take what I hope are a couple of very good shots of Kilauea.
Roger, copy that, John. And Challenger, it appears your mass spec data is coming down good. So good show.
Okay, outstanding, good news.
And we're observing the search mode again of the antenna. And Challenger, Houston, we're going to be going LOS in 20 seconds. We'll see you at Santiago at 6+53.
Roger that.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 6 hours, 32 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger out of range of the station at Hawaii and have about a 20-minute period of time before they reacquire again. And that'll be over Santiago for just about a 2-minute pass. And then we'll have another long loss of signal period, getting toward that point in the day where we often have long loss of signal periods as the orbit ground track precesses westward and misses a lot of the ground stations. We were seeing the operation of the KU band antenna that will be used to communicate with the tracking data relay satellites once those systems are operational. That antenna going through its motions of pointing at the location in the sky where each of the satellites would be once the system is in operation, and then going into a search procedure to lock in on the satellite's location. Crew has about 2 hours remaining in their activities today. They've spent a lot of time working with the shuttle pallet satellite experiments. They were notified just a few moments ago during that pass that the data that they had been having some trouble with earlier on the mass spectrometer was coming down well after all. That experiment is attached to the structure of the SPOS, measures residual atmosphere up at the altitude at which the shuttle operates, and also measures any contamination, outgassing, or particles from the space shuttle to add to our knowledge of the immediate environment of the shuttle. That's important for some payload customers of the space shuttle. Challenger is on orbit number 37 out over the Pacific. In about 18 minutes, it'll be passing over just the bare edge of the range of the station in Santiago, Chile, then out across the South Atlantic, and then we will pick up at Botswana about 38 minutes from now. Will probably be our first reasonable pass from this point. At 2 days, 6 hours, 35 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston with you at Santiago for a short pass of 2 minutes. Will be broken here throughout the pass. And Sally, if you read me, you're coming through broken.
Copy.
And we expect this to be a bad comm pass. If we don't make contact with you here, we'll see you at Botswana at 7+13.
Roger, Botswana 7+13.
Roger, and I copied you on that comment. And Challenger, Houston, we're out of the keyhole now, but we'll be losing you in 30 seconds and see you at Botswana at 7+13.
Okay, Roger. There.
And the mom's data take is in progress.
Roger, copy that. Mom's data in progress.
And they've got good weather for it. Beautiful out there.
Fantastic. Challenger, Houston with you at Botswana for 6 minutes.
Hi, John.
Hi, Sally.
We got a good mom's data take, 2 minutes long and backing up to 35 millimeter, and everything was nominal.
Copy that, flight. John, good news.
And free time, I'm just getting ready to get the flash pass going.
Roger, ECOM says good work.
Oh, we go that far. Incidentally, you might pass on to ECOM that we kind of backed ourselves into a corner on that 10.2 for some reason. We got our B center saying CO2 was down to 2.55. So, and the cabin pressure was still up by 10.4. So I off down to 5 while I was flowing O2 and managed to get myself out of the box. I mean, not get myself out of the box, but get myself in a position where I could go ahead and pump it back up to a proper location. We stayed in the box throughout, and I feel like we're in pretty reasonable shape right now. Also, the cabin's got kind of warm today, probably due to some of these attitudes we've been going around in, maybe somewhat due to we've been running on the 2/3 cool position, and I'm now going to full cool for a while to see if I can bring it down a little bit before we go to bed.
Roger, copy that. And Challenger, Houston, we thought you were going to be in the full cold all day. That was a good thing to do. And if you want, you can go ahead and bump the pressure up before you go to sleep this evening.
Okay. Somewhere I was led to believe that you guys wanted me in 2/3 cool, but okay.
Roger, and just for clarification, it's 2/3 for sleep and during the day full cool.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
And Challenger, Houston, just a couple of notes. The KU band radar tests that we've been performing today have gone excellent. The antenna is go for prox-ops, and the comm tests have been very good.
Good news. Yeah, I'm going back and looking over my data here. I can see your note this morning did say full cool. I'm not sure. Probably I just because I can't read or something. I ended up in the 2/3 cool.
Roger. And Challenger, Houston, we may lose you a minute here. We'll see you at Indian Ocean in a minute.
Okay, no.
Challenger, Houston, back with you for 9 minutes at iOS, and we'll be sending you a teleprinter message on some weather information and a Dr. Bill note. Challenger, Houston, you have a new vector on board and it looks good.
Okay, thank you.
Challenger, Houston, we see the FES on, but we would like you to cycle it off and then back on.
Okay, it looked like it took and was controlling a while ago. What are you seeing now?
Roger, we don't see it controlling now.
Okay, let me take a look at it.
And Challenger, would like you to let the evap out temp get to 50 before you turn the flash evap on. And Challenger, Houston, we didn't copy your last transmission.
John, how do you read me out?
Roger, I'm reading you about 1 by.
And John, how are you reading me?
Roger, I'm reading you loud and clear, Sally.
Okay, it must be Chris unit.
It's my 2 units.
Challenger, Houston, the fast looks like it's controlling fine now. And Challenger from... Say again, Sally?
Go ahead, John.
Okay, and we'd like you to close a circuit breaker on 015 Delta, main B.
Okay, which one?
Okay, main B, atmosphere pressure control C, slant cabin DPDT closed.
Okay, we've got that one closed again, thank you.
And we'll see you at Guam at 7 plus 50.
See you then.
Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 7 hours, 32 minutes mission elapsed time. The orbiter Challenger on orbit number 38 at the present time. Just passed out of range of the tracking station at Indian Ocean. Crew has about 1 more hour of activity remaining today before they get into their pre-sleep period. And in about an hour we'll be beginning the handover of flight control teams here in Mission Control. The flight control teams now are reviewing their activities of the day and lining up things to pass on to the next shift when they come on in about an hour. Activities went pretty well today. There appeared to be a few data handling problems with the shuttle pallet satellite experiments. They were getting error messages in the cabin on the CRTs when those experiments were run, or some of them were run. And so the experimenters preferred that some of those experiments just be switched on and left on to run. And it appears that they have been getting good data down from those experiments. We're about 16 minutes away from our next contact with the spacecraft, and that will be over Guam. 2 days, 7 hours, 34 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston with you at Guam for about 1 minute.
Roger, how do you read the CER?
Read you okay, except you sound like you're in a well.
Well, a little bit higher up than that. We've been having some problems with a couple of WCCUs, but as long as you can read me.
Roger. It's we can barely understand you. Just that barrel sound.
Okay, don't come me then.
And we're about to lose you here. See you at Hawaii at 8 hours.
Okay.
Mission Control, Houston. 2 days, 7 hours, 52 minutes mission elapsed time. Just a very brief pass across the edge of the range of the Guam station. It'll be about 7.5 minutes before we have a good pass at Hawaii on orbit number 38. This is Mission Control. Control, standing by for acquisition through Hawaii.
Challenger Houston with you to Hawaii for 7.5 with a couple of notes.
Okay, loud and clear, go ahead.
Raj, SPA's temp there is getting up close to the limit, so we've got a maneuver to help cool it off. What we'd like you to do is just go ahead and go to your IMU align attitude now, remembering to turn off the yaw sensor before you do that. You'll have to wait till the nominal IMU time, however, to get your stars.
Okay, we understand that. We'll do that now.
Roger, once the IMU is complete, you can go back to the nominal minus CLV.
Okie doke.
Okay, the other note is for the gas activities group Bravo that's coming up shortly.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, there on the second step on relay number 4. That relay gets its telemetry input from the same place as relay 3 does that you had the problems with the other day, and you may or may not have that same talkback indication problem, but just continue with normally.
Okay, I understand, thank you.
Challenger Houston.
Go ahead.
Raj, let me modify that alignment or the attitude for you. You'll be able to get those stars right at sunset, but we'd like for you to stay in that attitude for 1 hour from now. So you'll be going back to minus CLV at 9 hours.
Okay, return at minus 9 hours, or correction, 9 hours.
Affirmative, thank you. Challenger Houston, we're seeing some bites on CRT3. Want to know how it looked to you?
CRT3, I've had secured. Oh, just a second, you're right. It's blank right now. I thought somebody powered it off a while ago. Let me take a look at it.
Thank you.
Hey, you're right. All it's got is a big blank screen. You think it's worth doing a DEU load on it?
Stand by a minute. We'd like to look at it some more and think about it.
It's cycle power.
Copy, you did cycle power.
Houston, that evap does not seem to be controlling properly either. What are you guys showing down there?
Stand by, we're looking at that right now, Grip. Challenger Houston, we're 20 seconds to LOS. We'd like you to just leave the FES alone. You should have good cooling through the rads. We'll look at it again at Santiago, and we'll see you there at 8 plus 27.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 8 hours, 8 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger is passed out of range of the station at Hawaii. It'll be about 18.5 minutes before we reacquire communication over Santiago. Crew was looking at an apparent problem with CRT number 3. That's one of the display units that has gone blank, and they will be trying to determine what the problem is with that. Flight controllers here and staff support personnel will be evaluating that situation. And they recommended that the crew maneuver to the attitude that they would use later for inertial measurement unit alignment. They do those alignments right at sunset, and that's something less than an hour from now, probably about a half an hour from now, I guess, when they come across the terminator. And they will leave the payload bay pointed toward deep space to allow to help the cooling of some of the equipment on the shuttle pallet satellite. Crew has about an hour and a half remaining before they're scheduled to go to sleep today. Turning in early Houston time anyway. And they'll gradually be adjusting their hours to so that they will be getting up in time to get ready for entry at the right time on Friday. We're about 16 minutes and 40 seconds away from our next contact with the Challenger. Mission elapsed time 2 days, 8 hours, 10 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston with you at Santiago for 5 minutes with a couple of notes.
Hello there, how do you read?
Loud and clear now.
Okay, I'm not sure. Play with your notes.
Okay, that last one you sound like you had that barrel sound again. The first one is on the FES problem we have, and I got a little change to the topping FES startup procedure. If you want to get that out in the Orbit Ops page 5-10.
Is it a little change or a big change?
Yeah, just a little change, Crip. After the nominal procedure there for the temp between 41 and 47, after you go through that and put the rad controller out temp to norm, then we want you to add the cycle FES-A off and then back on again. What we think is happening is you're getting a cold slug from the rads into the FES and it's shutting down on an under temp.
Tell me again when you want me to cycle FES?
Right after you complete the startup. Let me just read the 4 steps in the procedure here, Crip, just to make sure. You take the rad controller out temp to high, and then when the flash evap temp is equal to 50, you turn the flash evap on, and then the rad controller out temp to normal, and then we want you to take the FES off and back on again.
It looks best like the FES is working right now.
And Challenger, that's just the rads keeping it cool right now. That's not the FES.
Okay.
And my second note is on the CRT-3 troubleshooting.
I still don't understand the other problem. We need a little bit more explanation, Guy, on the flash of that. We don't understand.
What we think is happening is when you take the rad controller back to normal, you're getting a cold slug of fluid into the FES, which is causing it to shut down on the under temp mode. So to get around that, then just cycle the FES-A off and back on again.
We'll give it a shot.
And what that does is resets the logic and the timing so it'll get through that cold slug period.
Okay. Okay.
And we've got about a minute and a half left here, and I've got about a 5-step note on the CRT-3 troubleshooting.
Go ahead.
Okay, what we want to do is do the DEU load with the BFS. So first of all, we need to turn on AV Bay 2 fan, then power up the BFS and mode to standby, and then attempt to load the CRT-3 from the BFS. Let us know what happens, and then we'll be taking the BFS to halt and powering off, and then turning off the AV Bay 2 fan.
Okay, we understand that.
And if that all works, we'll try to schedule a time in tomorrow to go to Ops 9 and get it, try to load it with the pass.
Okay, thanks. We didn't even see a DEU load line come up.
Roger, copy. We'll gonna lose you here. We'll see you at Ascension at 8+44.
Okay, guys, thank you.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 8 hours, 33 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger passing out of range of the station at Santiago, and it'll be about 10 minutes before we pick up again, just over the southern edge of the Ascension range. Crew in the ground still troubleshooting a procedure with the CRT number 3, one of the video display units up in the front of the cockpit. It appears they may have lost that video screen. They would not want to change that one out because it requires moving in close proximity to what they refer to as a T-handle. It is a control which actuates the roof panels, which can be blown off for emergency escape in the event that the spacecraft were to, or they would need to, in the event they would need to have an emergency escape after a landing. So they won't do a replacement on that particular CRT as they have done on some others. And they believe that should they need the extra screen with the additional crew members on board, they can monitor a screen which is in the aft flight deck area during entry, should that become necessary. Crew and the flight controller is also working a procedure for proper operation of the flash evaporator system, one of the cooling systems on board, to have that system properly cycling and controlling itself. And we're a little less than an hour away from the beginning of the scheduled crew sleep period tonight. We're at 2 days, 8 hours, 36 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control.
Challenger Houston with you at Ascension for 2 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear. How do you read us?
And you're loud and clear also. I've got one note for you and then a tag-up message that we'll probably get at iOS.
Okay, go ahead with your note.
Okay, it has to do with the RMU on the APU heater, tank fuel line that failed, number 2 Bravo, as you know, and we're on number 2 Alpha right now. And the note is that if that Alpha should fail, then you'll get a S88 thermal APU message, and APU test line temp system 2 will be out of limits on spec 88. The problem with that is within 30 to 40 minutes, APU fuel line could freeze. And I've got an attitude that if you'd like to copy for you to go to, if that should happen, we'd like to go this attitude to warm up the APUs back there.
Okay, let me write that down. Okay, go ahead.
The target +4, body vector +5, pitch 090, yaw 315, Omicron 269er.
Okay, I copy target of 4, body vector of 5, pitch of 090, yaw of 315, and Omicron of 269er. And if we were to do that, if we lose that second tank fuel line, the water system, heater. Well, the only thing that confused me about that is that there are several parameters that could go out, and you want me to only make that maneuver for one of them?
That's Roger. If that heater fails, Script.
Okay, just if that heater fails.
That's affirmative, and I'll see you at Ascension at 8+44 with the tag up. Roger, we copy that, and we'll consider CRT-3 failed.
Mission Control, Houston. 2 days, 8 hours, 49 minutes mission elapsed time. We're about 8.5 minutes away from reacquiring over the Indian Ocean Station at the beginning of orbit number 39. Flight controllers in that last pass handing up a procedure to the crew, attitude to go to in the event of a failure in the heater failure in one of the fuel tank lines for one of the APUs, and to avoid freezing up with the hydrazine in that line, they would go to a port sun attitude to help keep that warm should they have that heater failure occur. Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 8 hours, 57 minutes mission elapsed time, standing by for reacquisition through Indian Ocean Station.
Challenger Houston with you through Indian Ocean for 5 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear, John.
Okay, I got a couple of notes here I'd like to give you before I start the tag up.
Go ahead.
Okay, on the CRT, problems most likely not related to the DEU. And just to make sure we haven't got any specs hung up on it, if you haven't already, we just wanted to remind you to reassign it and hit 2 resumes on it.
Okay, well, if I run into a spec problem with specs, we'll do that.
Roger. And Crip, let me clear up the RMU note. The way you tell the failure of the second heater is by the APU test line temperature. System number 2 will be down arrow on that. If that's the case, we want you to try the B heater again, and if that doesn't work, then go to the attitude I gave you.
Yeah, I guess. Okay. Just a second. Let me write down that parameter. Make sure I'm back in sync with you.
Roger that.
Okay, that was APU test line temp number 2, right?
That's affirmative.
Okie dokie.
Okay, and I got about 3 minutes left here for the tag up if you're ready.
Before we start that, we might ask the payload filter to check the into low pressure that they're showing. We indicate minus 15 psi. I think maybe we've had a deucer problem.
Stand by, we'll look at it.
Okay, while you're looking at it, I guess, John, the point that confuses me a little bit is that switch controls, I guess, probably several liters on the APU. Now, we can have another one fail that is controlled by that switch, but not the same parameter. And then I'm in a dilemma situation.
Roger, understand, and the word I have is if another parameter gives you a problem, we'd like you to turn on the B heater, but do not worry about going to attitude.
Okay, I'm with you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, while Payloads looks at their stuff, on the tag up, the accomplishments today is the KU radar and comm test all went fine. Looks like a good system for us. And the SPAS folks would like to thank you for a good day. The MOMS data take went very well, and our first analysis of the mass spec data says that the experiment is performing as expected. We are still looking at the data from the mass spec, heat pipes, and yaw sensor, and hope to have some good words for you about that tomorrow. We still plan to do 5 ground-commanded data takes on the MOMS tonight, and all the activities for the MLR and the mouse were on time, and they want to thank you for a good day there.
Well, we appreciate the good support that you folks have given us today, too. It's been a useful day for everybody, I think. Thank you very much.
Roger, we concur with the deucer problem. The only other note I have for you is that if the FES should quit tonight, just go ahead and shut it down.
Okay, we understand.
Okay, on the PI loss of lock problem, looks like if we lose that again, it'll be a short transient for 2 to 5 seconds. And during if that happens during prox ops, we'll plan to press ahead. You may have to reacquire lock, but hopefully not. And if you do get a loss of lock, it'll result in several SPAS alarms like it did the first time, and you can ignore those alarms when they come with the loss of lock. Any long loss of lock for 30 seconds or greater will require some troubleshooting via the normal procedures. And we'll send that up in a message. We'd like to thank you for a great day today. We'll be handing over to the planning team to watch over you tonight, and have a good night's rest.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 9 hours, 5 minutes, mission elapsed time. Challenger passed out of range of the Indian Ocean Station. During that pass, the Capcom was reading up a review of the day's activities, and most of them were on the plus side. Experimenters seem to have got good data from the SPOS equipment. The K-band antenna test, comm test, and rendezvous radar test all went very well today. And they have been, in their last few hours before sleep, troubleshooting some procedures with the flash evaporator system and with one of the CRTs on board. Crew's about 30 minutes away from their scheduled sleep period tonight. And the Challenger has just started on orbit number 39 about 10 minutes ago. We'll be out of contact for about 18 minutes till we pick up again over Guam. This is Mission Control, Houston.
This is Shuttle Mission Control at 2 days, 9 hours, 22 minutes mission elapsed time. Flight Director Larry Bourgeois and the Indigo team are tagging up in the Mission Control Center and performing handover at this time, and reports indicate that there have been no major systems changes on board Challenger since this team left the control center earlier this morning. The day has been nominal, in fact, to the extent that Flight Activities Officer Charles Nahr indicated to the Flight Director that tomorrow's flight plan would be flown essentially as published, and no modifications are expected. The change of shift briefing with off-going Flight Director John Cox may be delayed a little bit. We'll broadcast an advisory on that just as soon as we're certain as to the timing. We're about a minute away from acquisition of signal through Guam. It will be the last AOS before the crew enters its sleep period. Duration of this pass will be about 4 minutes. Challenger on orbit 39. At mission elapsed time, 2 days, 19 hours, 24 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston with you over Guam. Sorry to bother you. Got a couple of notes.
Okay, go ahead.
Raj, we see the water loop 1 is still running. We'd like for you to turn that off.
Okay, I'll get to that. I thought I had a tone set for it, but okay, no.
Couple other quickies. State vector is go for next PLS. A reminder to set your temperature controller to 2/3 for the sleep tonight. And then I've got a note on the spas.
Go ahead with that.
Okay, we're seeing the temp going up on the spas data system, the DHS. We're going to raise the Timbu limit on it a little bit. If you get an alarm tonight, however, we want you to go ahead and shut down the spas.
Okay, understand. Shut it down. If it exceeds the limit that you're going to tip to, and what value is that?
We're still working it. It's 110. It'll be somewhere probably around 115. We're working on that.
Okie doke.
And Challenger, that limit will be at 115. We're going to stop recording voice. Sorry for the late problems, but Sim Soup was got us again here. Have a good sleep tonight.
Hey, Guy, this is Norm.
Go ahead, Norm.
Okay, for Dr. Bill's information, per his request over the teleprinter message, I went ahead and repeated the AOGs or EOGs on myself using the DC amp, and I had already done the audio evoke potentials on myself earlier.
Roger, copy, Norm. Thanks a lot.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 9 hours, 30 minutes, mission elapsed time. It should be the last exchange of air to ground with the crew. Today, the sleep period begins in about 4 minutes. The data processing systems engineer, Mike Darnell, has advised the flight director that the downlink data shows that the crews have configured the CRTs, the display electronics units, or cathode ray tubes on board Challenger in the sleep configuration, so the crew is clearly gearing down for the end of activities today. They were advised that the payloads officer is going to send up a TIMBU, table maintenance buffer update, establishing limits, fairly high limits for temperatures on board the shuttle pallet satellite overnight to make sure that the high temps expected on that satellite don't trigger any caution and warning alarms. So the TIMBUs will be set high, but not high enough to invite the possibility of any damage to the payload. Flight Director John Cox advises that the change of shift briefing for his off-going flight control shift will probably occur at 5 o'clock Central Time. We'll fine-tune that a little bit here later on as we're able to determine with a little more certainty when he'll be able to sign off here. And we'll broadcast that advisory just as soon as we have a little more confidence in that timing. Mission elapsed time, 2 days, 9 hours, 32 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. We just had a brief pass over Hawaii on orbit 39, and again the downlink data indicates that the Challenger's in sleep configuration and all appears to be quiet on board the vehicle, and the sleep period is beginning just about now. Mission elapsed time is 2 days, 9 hours, 43 minutes. Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 10 hours, 40 minutes. Challenger on orbit 40 around the east coast of Africa, approaching the Red Sea. Everything's nominal and quiet on board the vehicle. Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 11 hours, 40 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger recently acquired by the Santiago, Chile ground station on orbit 41. Flight control team verifying that everything's performing nominally on board the vehicle. Crews apparently resting quietly about 2 hours into their sleep period. Downlink data continues to come into the Mission Control Center even during the sleep period, of course, as the vehicle passes over ground stations, and the data is telemetered down to the spacecraft tracking network. Mission elapsed time is 2 days, 11 hours, 41 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. This Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 12 hours, 35 minutes mission elapsed time. We're processing data through Guam right now, and the mission control team's receiving reassurance that the Challenger continues to be in good health on orbit number 41. About 5 hours remaining in the crew sleep period. This is Mission Control Houston. This shuttle mission control at 2 days, 13 hours, 33 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger on orbit 52 over the South Atlantic, approaching the west coast of Africa. We're now in range of the ground stations, overlapping coverage from Ascension and Dakar, and the flight control team's getting a look at the data, and we can see that everything's still quiet on board Challenger. This is Shuttle Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 14 hours, 13 minutes. Challenger on orbit number 42, descending node, coming down, catching part of the range of the Guam tracking station for about 2 minutes. We're taking a look at the vehicle's data now, and it continues to look good. This is Going to be followed by a fairly long LOS of about, or loss of signal of about 50 minutes before we reacquire again through Dakar. But everything continues to be quiet on the vehicle. About 3.5 hours remaining in the astronaut sleep period. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Signal strength minus 90. Car is AOS FM carrier. FM signal strength minus 93. Car OD signal strength minus 90, FM minus 90.
This is Shuttle Mission Control at mission elapsed time 2 days, 15 hours. 8 minutes. We're now processing data through Dakar, and Challenger continues to look healthy. This is Mission Control Houston. We've passed out of range of the Dakar and Madrid tracking stations on orbit number 43. Now enter a rather long LOS period of 1 hour 26 minutes before we reacquire again through the tracking stations at Antigua Island, Grand Turk, and then through Dakar again. Cruise sleep period extends for another 2 hours and 17 minutes. Everything's quiet on board Challenger. At mission elapsed time 2 days, 15 hours, 17 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control, Houston. Challenger at orbit 44, presently over the South Pacific, just crossing the terminator into darkness. We're still in that extended LOS period. We will acquire a signal again in about half an hour. Mission elapsed time is presently 2 days, 16 hours, 13 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Mission Control. We're taking data through Dakar right now, and it's the first look the Mission Control team has had at Challenger for about an hour and 26 minutes. And they're looking at the downlink data now, and everything looks to be nominal on board the vehicle. Cabin temperature inside Challenger is 73 degrees, humidity is 30%. Still about 50 minutes remaining in the crew sleep period. No indication that any of the crew members are awake at this point. Vehicle's on orbit 44. It's approaching the west coast of Africa. And mission elapsed time is presently 2 days, 16 hours, 43 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. The Dakar data looks good. Once again, it's been a quiet evening in Mission Control, and we intend to cancel the change of shift briefing with Flight Director Larry Bourgeois. In the event there is no request to the contrary from any of the news media. If any news media do require to talk to the off-going flight director, please advise the Johnson Space Center newsroom. Mission elapsed time, 2 days, 16 hours, 46 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. This Mission Control, Houston. We're less than a minute away from AOS through Yargady, although there are about 14 minutes remaining in the crew's sleep period. Even if the crew's awake, we wouldn't be able to tell by CRT action or any of the electrics on board, since Yargady's a voice-only pass. Mission elapsed time is 2 days, 17 hours, 21 minutes. This is Mission Control. We've had loss of signal through Yargady. We'll reacquire again in 40 minutes through the Merritt Island station. As an advisory, once again, there will be no press conference, no change of shift briefing with the off-going flight director. It's about 7 minutes, 55 seconds remaining in the crew sleep period. There will almost certainly be voice contact with them when we reacquire over the mainland. Challenger's on orbit 44, right over the heart of Australia. Just approaching the terminator into darkness. Mission elapsed time, 2 days, 17 hours, 27 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. It's Mission Control, Houston. 2 days, 18 hours, 4 minutes. Tommy Holloway and his team of flight controllers have arrived in the control center, tagging up and preparing for handover. We're about a minute and a half away from acquisition of signal through Merritt Island Station. Be our first voice contact of the day, the new day, with the crew of STS-7, Challenger in the 45th orbit. And we expect voice contact and the wake-up call momentarily.
Now hear this. Now hear this to the crew on board the Challenger. It is time to put on your socks and hit the deck. And this morning, wake up smiling, wake up smiling, and the whole world smiles up at you. Wake up laughing, wake up laughing, and you'll find the sun comes shining good. But if you're crying, you're gonna bring on the rain, so stop your crying, and we'll be happy again. Wake up smiling, 'cause when you're smiling, the whole world smiles right up at you.
Read you loud and clear. How me?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Chris wants to know what that funny music is that you wake us up with every morning.
Well, we thought maybe you could guess what the tune was.
We're working on it. We're working on it. Do you recognize what we played back to you?
Roger that. We think it's Tequila Sunrise.
You know why we're such a happy crew? And we'd like to thank the support crew for that wonderful PPK.
Roger, we copy that.
How you guys doing this morning?
We're all doing just fine. How are you all?
Super.
Life sure is hard.
Don't let out our secrets, Ellie. Harry, I've got a couple of things for you if you got a second.
We're ready to copy.
Okay, we noticed that the MOMS experiment is powered off this morning, and we also note that the MODIS processor temp is continuing to increase. And we're seeing 113.5 now, and we wonder if we're still on the 115 limit for shutdown.
That's affirmative, John, on the 115.
Okay, we saw that in the morning teleprinter message, and you folks must have turned the MOMS off during the night. Is that affirm?
John, they commanded the MOMS off, and they'll be commanding it on shortly for a data take.
Okay, we copy that.
How did it work last night? Sally, the MOMS worked fine last night.
Great. Mary, you got anything else for us on this pass?
Negative, I don't think we do. Do you have anything else for us?
Well, I just wanted to pass on Econ. We did a cabin pressure adjustment this morning after we got up, and I brought the thing up to PPO2 of 2.8 and cabin pressure at 10.4, which is where we wanted it. However, after we let it set, and I think maybe it's because I still had the LEH bleed valve in, although it wasn't on very long, that it actually jumped up to about 2.9, so we corrected that, and everything's fine now, but we were setting up at about 2.9 for about maybe 5 minutes or so.
Roger, we copy that.
Test 1, 2.
Challenger, this is Houston. We just got some good news. They had a good Palapa burn, and the Palapa is now all set on orbit.
Hey, that's great. They're fantastic.
Roger that.
And Mary, we never did get a report on an apogee burn on the Anik. We hope that went well too.
John, that's due tomorrow night, and we'll keep you posted on how that's going. I would like to request a readout on your cabin press and PPO2 off your STS-7.
Okay, right now, well, I'm looking at the environment display. I'm reading the cabin pressure at 10.3, and PPO2 is 2.68 on Alpha, 2.69 on Bravo, 2.66 on Charlie.
Roger, we copy that. We're going LOS. See you at Dakar 1819.
Okay, Mary, we'll see you then.
Shuttle mission control, wake up music was, of course, once again, the first few bars of the Texas Aggie War Hymn, followed by Navy Reveille, followed by When You're Smiling, as rendered by Mary Cleave's father, Mary Cleave, the Capcom for this crew. And in response, the Challenger downlinked some music of its own, some version of Tequila Sunrise. Mission Labs times. 2 days, 18 hours, 15 minutes. The burn of the Palapa was verified as nominal by the Indonesian Ministry of Communications. The apogee kick motor was scheduled for a 54-second burn at 11:28 p.m. Central Time yesterday evening. The Ministry of Communications in Jakarta verified that burn occurred on time and was nominal. And that advisory uplink to the crew. We'll have AOS again in 2 minutes and 40 seconds through the Dakar ground station. Mission elapsed time 2 days, 18 hours, 16 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 18 hours, 18 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition through Dakar.
Challenger, this is Houston with you through Dakar for 7 minutes.
We're downstairs having breakfast.
Bon appetit. We don't have anything for you, so we'll leave you alone.
I've got one question for you, Mary.
Go ahead, Sally.
Yeah, we'd like to shoot some 16 millimeter down on the middeck today, and we need a power outlet for that. Now that the MLR is finished until we get ready to deorbit, we wanted to make sure that it was okay that we unhook one of their power cables and use it for our TV.
Sally, we'll check on that for you and get back to you.
Okay, and that's the 16 millimeter that we'll need it for, and we would promise to hook it back up before we deorbit.
Okay, we copy that.
And Mary, another question.
Go ahead.
For breakfast, we appreciate the support crew's help, and we had the fruit juice and so on. But looking forward to dinner, we were wondering where they put the limes.
And this liquid salt is a little hard to use, but we've made do.
Roger that. I think they stowed the limes next to the tonic.
All right.
Sally, this is Houston, and you have a go to unplug one of the MLR cables to plug in your 16 millimeter.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mary.
You're welcome. Challenger, this is Houston. We're about a minute to LOS, and we'll talk to you again. We won't be talking to you again through Indian Ocean at 1838. John said to tell you the good guys will be talking to you then. It was good to talk to you now, though. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sleep tight, Mary. And Mary, once again, we sure appreciate the good work you guys did, and no alarms, and nice messages in the morning, and you sure set us up good for the next day.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate that.
See you later.
Adios.
This is Shuttle Control. Dakar has loss of signal with Challenger. Crew in the midst of breakfast at the present time. Here in the Mission Control Center, a shift handover underway. The planning team, led by Lawrence Bourgeois, handing over to Tommy Holloway's Orbit 1 team. Oncoming Capcom is John McBride. Next station is the Indian Ocean Station in just over 10 and a half minutes. At 2 days, 18 hours, 28 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, 2 days, 18 hours, 39 minutes mission elapsed time. Indian Ocean Station has acquired Challenger.
Hello, Challenger, Houston through iOS for 6 minutes.
Hello, Houston.
You're loud and clear.
Good morning, TJ.
Terry Hart is the Capcom on this pass.
And TJ, we've got the times of the Group B gas activities if you're interested in them from last night.
Okay, go ahead, Sally.
Okay, we got relay 2, latent to hot at 2 days, 8 hours, 16 minutes, and 45 seconds. And relay 4, latent to hot, which incidentally didn't give us an indication, it came up blank, at 2 days, 8 hours, 17 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Okay, very good. We copy that. And Sally, that next mom's data take is at 1900 even over Australia. And the temperature's just about a degree or so below 115, and we'd like you to go ahead and get that data take, even if it goes over 115 a little bit, and powered on after the mom's data take. It'll last for about a minute and a half at 1900.
Okay, TJ, 1900. And that's one that you're controlling, is that correct?
Stand by, please, Sally. And we have 40 seconds left here at iOS, and we are controlling the moms on this one to verify that, Sally. And we'll talk to you next at Yargady at 1855.
Okay, over Yargady, and we'll try and get some 35 millimeter of the ground during that Australia pass for the moms people.
I'm sure they'll appreciate that.
See ya.
Everybody likes bombs.
Hi, moms.
This is Shuttle Control, loss of signal through the Indian Ocean Station. Challenger moving over the Indian Ocean on orbit number 45. Challenger now in a 158 by 156 nautical mile orbit with a period of 1 hour, 30 minutes, 31 seconds. Yargady in Australia will pick up Challenger in 7.5 minutes. At 2 days, 18 hours, 47 minutes. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 18 hours, 53 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger will be within range of the Yargady station in about 30 seconds.
Challenger, Houston through Yargady and Aurora for about 12 minutes. Okay, Rick, we'll copy those down. Go ahead. Thank you kindly. And for John and Sally there, we'd like to confirm that the mom's recorder runs at 1900. We suspect it may not have run on the last pass, and if you could verify that for us, we'd appreciate it. Go ahead, John. Okay, we've got all that, thanks.
TJ, you might pass to the moms, folks, that the weather looks good along their track this morning.
Okay, very good, John. Well, they're listening, and I'm sure they heard that.
Houston, Challenger, you got a fail, and then the status changed to good, but we still got the tape in standby.
Fail to good and standby. We copy.
TJ, the last call there is at the ready went no.
We didn't copy what went to no, John.
Roger. Ready equals no.
Okay, I understand. We're thinking about that, and we're also revising our upper limit on the temperature, so stand by for a new number, Vice 115, and don't shut down the spas yet.
Okay, we're standing by.
We'll see you at Aurora in about 1 minute.
Okay.
We're AOS Aurora for 5 minutes.
I'm clear.
And John, we'd like you to disregard everything we said before about shutting down the spas at 1:15. We'd like you to watch it today and just advise us if it starts going high, and we'll give you a go to shut it down at that time, perhaps.
Okay, we understand that. We will shut it down on your go only.
In Challenger, Houston, we recommend you take the Cryo Tank 3 heaters all to off when you get a chance.
Okay.
And we'd also like to confirm that the LEH-02 5 valve is open.
Okay, think it is, but we're looking. Okay, TJ, good catch, VCOM. We had turned that thing off when we got hot TPO2 and we forgot to get it back on. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And we'll see you on the other side of the Pacific. Mila's at 1940.
Okay, TJ, see you there.
This is Shuttle Control. Aurora Valley has loss of signal. Challenger heading out over the Pacific Ocean with next acquisition through Merritt Island, Florida in 29.5 minutes. During this pass, we asked the crew to not shut down the spas if it reaches 115 degrees temperature. That temperature now just slightly over 114 with a very slow increase. We've asked, when the temperature reaches 115, we've asked the crew to check with the ground, the payloads people on the ground, before shutting down spas. At 2 days, 19 hours, 9 minutes, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 19 hours, 38 minutes, mission elapsed time. Challenger approaching the western coastline of Central America and should be within range of the Merritt Island Station in about 20 seconds.
Hello, Challenger. We've got you through Mila for 12 minutes here.
Okay, loud and clear.
You're loud and clear, Crip, and we're going to command the moms here to do a little troubleshooting, and we'll give you a mark when we do, if anybody wants to watch us.
And Danny. And TJ, in the never-ending STS-7 search for free water, we checked the lyo canisters are stored and didn't find anything, but when we checked down under the TSE trap door next to the CFIS, we were able to find a little bit. Basically, it was pretty dry, and the tops of all the ducts were very dry, but the duct that's coming just out of the heat exchanger, just downstream of the heat exchanger on the bottom, we found some condensation. I wouldn't really call it drops of water, but there was enough that we took a washcloth down there and just wiped it off.
Okay, very good, Sally. Thank you.
Yeah, and it was a small amount, you know, less than a quarter of a cup by all the lines that we checked.
We copy. And Challenger, we'll take your IMU line numbers anytime you have a chance.
Okay, I'll get those to you in just a sec. Okay, you ready to copy, TJ?
Yes, sir.
Okay, stars 20 and 51, angle error 0.01, IMU number 1, minus 0.03, plus 0.05, plus 0.03, for number 2, minus 0.02, minus 0.05, minus 0.04, for number 3, minus 0.09er, minus 0.13, plus 0.01. Torquing time, 2 days, 1 9 hours, 1 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Over.
Very good, thank you. And Challenger Houston, we'd like to ask you to do a test run on MOMS for us at this time, if you have a chance.
Okay, TJ, is it working? I'm powering on now.
Okay, we'd like you to do a 1.5 minute run in mod 1 to 1 and 2 to 1, and when the ready goes to run, do a reset, and we'd like you to do the reset even if you don't get the run.
Okay, I copy that. I'll wait 2 minutes and do a reset with or without the run. Okay, TJ, my TN was 02194400.
We copy.
And make that 02194500, TJ. Sorry about that.
Okay, I understand you're going to start it in 10 seconds.
Okay, TJ, after 1 minute, I've got it ready. The tape is in standby, the status is good, and the video signals are very low, reading practically zero, but it's awfully dark out.
Okay, we thought the yes was kind of early. Just a second, we're going to ask you to do something else.
Okay, I've got ready no. Tape recorder is in standby. Status is good, but it cycled through fail before we got the ready equals no.
Copy.
I'm going to do the item 14 reset at 2 minutes.
Okay.
And TJ, the signature looked just like it did over Australia.
Okay, John, we copy that. We've got 1 minute left here at Bermuda. We're still thinking about the moms, and we'll talk to you at Dakar at 5-5.
Okay, see you there, TJ.
This is Shuttle Control, 2 days, 19 hours, 51 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal through Bermuda. Dakar will pick up Challenger in 3 minutes, 10 seconds. During this pass at Milan, Bermuda, did some checking on the mom's recorder, some troubleshooting of that recorder. It's not operating properly. Does not appear to be, at least, and they're attempting to do some troubleshooting there. We'll stand by for Dakar communications. This is Shuttle Control, 2 days, 19 hours, 54 minutes, mission elapsed time. Dakar has acquisition.
Challenger, Houston through Dakar for 5.5.
Loud and clear.
You're loud and clear. Request John do a reset on moms and then try the data take again.
Inward.
And John, while we're looking at that, you should be aware that we have a ground commanded moms take in there that's going to start at 20:01 with the recorder on at 20:03. Challenger, Houston. John, did you copy our last?
Say it again, DJ.
Okay, for John, we just wanted him to be aware that there's a ground commanded moms take that starts at 20:01.
It's hard. Light here. Okay. That's a recessed light, pal.
And Challenger, Houston, we show that mom's power is not on. What do you see?
Okay.
Challenger, how do you copy, Houston?
Over, read you loud and clear, Howard.
Okay, I guess we're not reading John, but we're inquiring as to whether the moms indicates to be powered on.
Stand by one. Okay, ask your question again.
We show the moms is not powered on. Where do you show it?
We show it not powered on.
Okay, we have a minute left here, and we'd like you to deactivate the heat pipe, the mass spec, and the yaw sensor at this time.
Okay, deactivate the heat pipe, the mass spec, and the yaw sensor. Wilco.
And Challenger, we have ground commands on the MOMS now, no actions required. iOS at 2014.
TJ, no actions required on what?
MOMS.
Okay, yeah, we're not getting a response to heat pipe off.
Okay, we need for you to turn the MOMS on at this time, and we're thinking about the heat pipe.
Okay, you want MOMS on, ON?
Affirmative, and then we have ground commands stored to command MOMS. We'll talk to you at iOS.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger is out of range of Dakar, moving down across Africa toward the Indian Ocean Station. Acquisition there in 11.5 minutes. Payload has asked that the heat pipe, the mass spectrometer, and the yaw sensor experiments be deactivated. At this time, Bob Griffin reported that the heat pipe did not respond to the off command. Payloads is looking at that now. At 2 days, 20 hours, 2 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, 2 days, 20 hours, 12 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger on orbit 46. Approaching acquisition through the Indian Ocean Station.
We're AOS at Indy for 9 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear.
If you already haven't tried it, we'd like you to try that item 22 rather, to turn the heat pipe off a couple more times.
We tried it a total of 3 times. Do you want to try it again?
Yeah, let us look at a couple more attempts.
Okay, the last time John tried it, he got a momentary removal of the asterisk beside item 3, which is the experiment on, and then it came right back again. And I'll try it again.
Okay.
Okay, there's one attempt, and still no joy. There's another attempt and still no joy. And TJ, I'm going to go off comm for just a second.
Okay.
Okay, how do you read me now, teacher?
You're loud and clear, and we'd like to go ahead with a SPAS deactivation at this time.
Understand you want to deactivate SPAS?
Affirmative.
Okay, we'll put that in progress. TJ, I guess to the maximum extent you'd like to follow the normal checklist procedure for DX. Is that true?
That's affirmative, and there's no problem deactivating it with the heat pipe on. We'd just like you to go ahead and follow normal procedure, and of course you won't get any talk back on heat pipe.
TJ, did you copy? We want to, to the maximum extent possible, follow a normal power down for the experiment, for the SPAS.
That's affirmative. Page 5-2, SPAS deactivation, and there's no problem doing that with the heat pipe on.
Okay, I understand. And TJ, this is Norm for a comm check on this E unit. How do you hear me?
You're loud and clear, Norm. And for John, one correction there. We would like to keep mouse 1 on. Over.
Copy, mouse 1 on. Set. Set.
One minute left here at Indy. Yargady is next at 30.
See you there.
Okay.
And DJ, could you get payloads to quickly confirm for me that I could leave the mouse 1 running after I take the panel active switch off and the circuit breaker on the mouse, the SPOS panel open?
Stand by. And John, it will remain running. The mouse will remain running when you do that.
Okay, I copy, and I'm putting it in order.
This is Shuttle Control. The Indian Ocean Station has loss of signal. During this pass, the SPOS was deactivated with the exception of the Mouse 1 experiment. That will continue to operate. Next acquisition through Yargady in 6 minutes, 15 seconds. At 2 days, 20 hours, 23 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston through Yargady and Auroral for about 11 minutes.
Okay, you're loud and clear.
Okay, you sound a lot better this time too. We weren't receiving you too well the last 2 sites.
Okay, we've been having some trouble with the comm up here, and we've got configuration where we're listening to you over the speakers.
And you sound real good right now, Sally. How did the deactivation go?
That went fine, TJ. There was no problem.
And if you have any words you think we ought to hear about the comm problem, we're listening.
Okay.
Okay, Terry, we've had three of our WCCUs have failed on us. So we're in a position now of having to either go with HIUs with all the wires involved, or else try to work out something where we can use the speakers. And we're still getting some feedback, even with our noise-canceling mics using the speakers. So we're just trying to find a good configuration.
Okay, we heard a little bit of feedback a couple times there, but it's not bad right now, Rick.
Well, it's not bad right now because we're not upstairs near a speaker. Brad, TJ, we've have in fact deactivated the SPOS, and all the switches are off, and we're assuming that the mouse 1 is still running. But of course, when we take the panel power off, the talkback should have rubber pole on mouse 1.
John, that sounds okay. For your information, we got about half the MOMS recorder filled, and they did get their 4 primary sites, so we feel pretty good about MOMS.
Okay, super. And I think we can still do the FPL later today, can we?
Stand by, I'll get an answer on that. And John, we anticipate no problems with FPL, and if it's okay with you, we'll just do that as scheduled later on.
That's just super, TJ.
And Challenger, concerning the wireless failures, can you give us any idea where you think they may have failed? We're suspecting perhaps an antenna problem, maybe damaged like we've seen before.
Well, we could check on that. One of them, TJ, on mine, I had a low battery beep. Went down to change the battery, and it never worked thereafter. And I tried interchanging a variety of components, but antennas was not one of them. So I could try that. Of course, if we damage 3 antennas, it doesn't matter because we don't have enough to go around. So that would not solve the problem. And TJ, on my own particular unit, it had worked just fine throughout the flight until right in the middle of the MOMS reset flail. The whole system just sounded like it went open cycle and couldn't get it back to work.
Okay, that was Murphy at work, I guess, and Enco is suggesting you might try to tighten down the antennas on any of them.
Okay, we'll sure give it a shot.
And TJ, let me talk to you about the CFIS for a second.
Go ahead, Sally.
Okay, I just started it up and am right now trying to put in the first sample syringe. And I got the dummy syringe out, and in putting the sample 1 syringe in, I got the small knurled knob and then the middle one that goes over the clamp, but I can't get the big knurled knob on. It looks like I just can't thread it onto that syringe. It looks like it might be stripped or something. I think the syringe is in though. I think it's okay. But I can't get the at all.
That sounds very familiar to us, like we saw that in a sim. Let us get an answer for you.
I agree. It does sound familiar.
A short LOS here. We'll pick you up at Aurora in about a minute.
Okay.
And Sally, we're back with you through Aurora.
Okay.
If you can verify the small knob is secure and the clamp is down, then and also that the sample nose is seated, we think there's no problem. You can proceed.
Okay.
Challenger, Houston, is a CDR available?
You say you want the CTR?
Oh, the commander of the CDR, please.
Clips off comm for a second.
Okay, no problem. We just wanted to talk. In fact, maybe Rick wants to talk about the APU-2 test line temp failure that occurred earlier.
Well, why don't you tell it to the old CLT and he'll make sure the CDR remains informed.
Okay, we just wanted to make sure. I guess there was some confusion yesterday, last night, whether Crip understood what we meant there. But if the second heater fails on APU-2 test line temp, that line could freeze up in as little as 30 minutes, and we'd ask you to take the port wing to solar inertial and warm that up anytime that the Spec 88 shows that parameter down.
Yeah, we understood that, TJ, and we also copied your new Omicron in the morning message, and we'd be prepared to do that.
Very good. That's what we're going to ask next, and you, of course, could take both sets of heaters to Otto also. Going across the Pacific, and we'll pick you up stateside at 21:14. And we'll be looking forward to the Cephas TV at Mila.
So are we.
This is Shuttle Control. Aurora Valley has loss of signal. Next acquisition through Merritt Island, Florida. We expect downlink television at Merritt Island of the continuous flow electrophoresis operations. Sally Wright is checking out that system now, preparing for Cephas operations. Crew reported failures in 3 of their wireless headsets on board. At 2 days, 20 hours, 43 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 20 hours, 57 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger over the mid-Pacific Ocean now, on the way to acquisition at Merritt Island in about 16 minutes. We expect to have television, live television during the Merritt Island pass of the continuous flow electrophoresis experiment operation. The SPAS experiments has been shut down early because of a overheating microprocessor, a computer. That computer has been on for some time now. It will be allowed to cool down. It is not expected to impact SPAS operations, detached or attached operations later in the mission. The feeling is that when the microprocessor cools down, that SPAS operations can continue. At 2 days, 20 hours, 58 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 21 hours, 12 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger about 30 seconds away from acquisition through Merritt Island. We'll stand by for conversation there and television from Challenger.
Hello, Challenger. We just got TV downlink.
Hi, TJ. TJ, let me talk to you about the Cephas for a second.
Okay, we're on the middeck and we're watching you. Go ahead.
Okay, let me see if I can find my cue cards here. When I activated it, let me see if I can find some times. Okay, I days, 20 hours, 43 minutes, and as soon as we started the system status check, we got an out of range on pressure 1, and it was reading 0, essentially. It's since gone up, and I don't think it's a problem. I can give you a readout on that if you want, but it was up to 1.5 or so by the end of the status check. I kept going, and when we started the system 0 check, when I started it, we got an out of range on Delta P1. And it tripped at, I think, about 13.8. I think it's set to trip at 13.7. It went up as high as, negative 13.7. It went up as high as negative 18.5, and it looks like it's coming down now. I got a readout on Delta P1, Delta P2, Delta P3, and Delta P4 if you're interested in them.
Sure, we'd like to hear those, Sally.
I figured you would. Okay, I'm reading the current values. Delta P1 is negative decimal 1. Delta P4 is 1.0. Delta P3 is negative 1.2. And hold on a second, let me call up Delta P2. Delta P2 is decimal 4. And that's quite a bit different than they were. I can give you the original values for when we started the systems, or the 0 voltage check if you'd like them.
Yes, we'd like those too.
Okay. Beginning of 0 voltage, Delta P1 was negative 17.4. Delta P2 was negative 5.4. Delta P3 was negative 13.2. And Delta P4 was positive 2.4. So it looks like the system has stabilized throughout this the 0 voltage check. Looks like it's flowing pretty good now.
Okay, and we'll get back with a confirmation on that, Sally.
Okay.
And John, we also have some VTR of the CDR exercising that we can play down to you if you'd like to do that at any time.
That ought to be priceless.
I can describe it another way.
Priceless is a good description.
They're in control, and you're in the field of view. You look at the Q light to see which one they're using. You know, on the TV camera itself.
And TJ, if you'd like, we can give you a short description of what we've done so far in the CFIS. We're really not very far into it yet. We just started things, but I could describe the column to you if you like.
Yeah, please go ahead, Sally.
Okay, first of all, we've got 2 cameras set up down on the middeck. I don't know if Rick told you or not. One of them is a wide view that's looking straight at the CFIS, and one is a close-in view. From the wide view, I think you can see the bottom part, which is where the syringe goes in. From the close-in view, you can probably see the syringe right now. We're running 6 samples through the next couple days, and each sample is contained in a syringe. At the beginning of that sample collection, we put the syringe down here in the bottom. It goes right in the bottom, and then the sample is driven out by a pump, and eventually gets flowing up into the chamber. And of course, the purpose of the experiment is to send the sample material up through, feed it up into the buffer, which is flowing from the bottom of the column up to the top. Or what on earth is the bottom to the top? To us, I'm not sure what way it is anymore.
I guess right now it's top to bottom.
We've sort of gotten used to this zero-G business. This is kind of fun. In any case, it takes any one piece of the fluid nearly 10 minutes to get all the way from the bottom to the top, so this isn't really a high-speed activity. As it's flowing up, we put an electric field on it across the fluid, and that separates the materials in the sample. And the point, of course, is to separate out the protein material that we're interested in. And different compositions, different proteins get separated by a different amount. So by the time it gets up here to the top, to the collection tubes, the various proteins are sort of spread out across the top. And by collecting in, I think, what's about 200 different tubes up here, you collect a different material in each tube. And we won't be getting around to collecting the first sample for another hour and a half, but when we do, we'll be opening this trap door here and putting a collector tray in, and it drives some needles down into some of these tubes in here and collects the material through the top.
Well, thank you kindly for that, all that description. You make an excellent tour guide of science on the shuttle.
Isn't science wonderful? Actually, we're not going to be seeing much action here at all. We don't even get the first part of the sample going through for another, I guess, 30 minutes, so I can't even describe to you what the sample looks like yet. The first sample is going to be a NASA sample, not one of the McDonnell Douglas samples. And it's an all-American sample. It's got 3 color dyes in it, red, white, and blue.
That sounds wonderful, and we're just now losing the picture. We'll have you through Bermuda for about another 4.5 minutes.
Okay.